The protagonist woke up with a start, her head pounding from a scary dream. "Ugh, my head," she mumbled, familiar with the pain but still frustrated. Sunlight filled the room, showing her near-empty supplies. No firewood, hardly any eggs or potatoes left. "Need to remember to buy those," she muttered to herself, heading down the hall. Passing by a window, she saw her reflection and sighed. She couldn't tell anyone, they wouldn't believe her. When has anyone heard of a princess pretending to be a maid? "I won't complain because I chose this," she twirled around. "I want to keep living as a maid. I'd love to live like this forever, but I know that's not possible. I thought I could change the future if I tried my hardest, but in reality, I could barely change anything despite all my efforts." Outside, the guard asked if Princess Vivien was okay. "Fine, thanks," she said quickly, eager to leave the royal role behind. Crossing the threshold, she shed the mantle of royalty, embracing the freedom of anonymity. Vivien Hesse, once a child thrust into a world of opulence and obligation. Despite the years, she remained a stranger to the role fate had bestowed upon her. Stepping outside, she felt free from her princess duties. Today, beneath the gentle caress of the sun, she found solace in the simplicity of the present moment. "The weather is truly lovely," she remarked, a fleeting respite from the weight of her dual existence. As she thought more, she realized something about her position as a princess. "If I were the only princess, my life would be strict and controlled. But being the 16th, nobody really cares about me nor remembers my face. I'm like a ghost in the palace because I don't have any power. I am forgotten by all. Even the servants have left me alone for years now." She stopped at a door, her safe haven. But being forgotten isn't all bad. It means I can do what I want, dress how I like, and nobody notices. I can come and go without anyone bothering me. The truth is that Vivien is not a true princess. She knocked gently. "Norman, are you awake?" "Norman, wake up. The sun is strong already." "Lucia. You're here already?" came Norman's voice from inside. "Lucia." As she made tea, Lucia asked, "Are you feeling okay?" "Not really," Norman admitted. "Then why drink so much?" Lucia questioned, worried. "I write better when I drink," Norman explained, swaying a bit. "What did you write?" Lucia was curious. "Just a little, then I got carried away with the drinking," Norman chuckled. "Norman," Lucia said, "I heard you finished a new book. Is that true?" "I kept a copy for you." "Your help was important," Norman confirmed. "I've been dying to read it. Sometimes I couldn't sleep, wondering what's in it," Lucia confessed eagerly. "You are lying," replied Norman. "I'm not lying. You don't understand because you are the author. As a reader, I'm dying to read how everything will end up," she said, flipping through the pages. Lucia was stunned by what she saw. "Norman, what's this?" she asked, bewildered. Norman looked at her calmly. "Oh my, why did you suddenly go to the last page?" "I'll keep this safe," she said gently. Lucia stared at her with a tearful gaze. "It's not a big deal, don't worry," Norman assured her. Through her tears, Lucia managed to speak, "But as a fan, it would be so sad if something happened to this." Norman looked at her intently. "I see," she said softly. Lucia looked at her with a confused face. "You're 18 years old," she said. Lucia muttered, 18? Still confused. "You seem so grown up for your age, even though you're just a maid," Norman observed. "I worry about that sometimes, but I also see glimpses of your youth." "That makes me feel better," she admitted. Lucia paused, contemplating for a moment. "But what about you? Aren't you burdened by unnecessary worries?" she asked Norman, her gaze searching for understanding. Norman regarded her with kindness. "Unnecessary?" she echoed gently. As Lucia pondered, thoughts raced through her mind. "The future. I can alter things in the near future if I so choose," she mused. "But there are elements beyond my control in the long run that I can't change. I'm 18 now with only 1 year remaining, she realized, a sense of urgency creeping into her thoughts. I had a dreadful nightmare where I witnessed Princess Vivien being forcibly sold after her 19th birthday against her will to Count Maton. A flicker of concern shadowed her smile as she contemplated the possibility. I fear such a fate as I can't change it, she admitted quietly. The future feels like an unstoppable force, thought the protagonist, even though I've seen glimpses of what's to come since I was 12. For example, when I was 13 years old the mansion was flooded, or that freezing winter when we practically froze because of the lack of firewood. I couldn't change a thing. I've tried so hard to alter it, but those dreams feel too real to just be dreams. Everything I've seen in them has come true, making me feel like I'm just following a script. Sure, my life has turned out better than those dreams, but it's like I'm stuck in a loop, reliving them every night. When I hit 15, the constant dreams gave me splitting headaches. It's like I'm trapped, unable to break free from the events that lead to my fate, like the king's death at 19 and being sold to Count Maton. Realizing I can't change the big stuff made me bitter and depressed. I've even thought about starving myself to avoid it all, but then I remember if I die here it'll take ages for anyone to find me. So, I try to calm down, telling myself it's not worth it. But deep down I can't shake this feeling of frustration and helplessness. Lucia is going about her everyday life without attempting to change anything, as if time would lead my body to move forward to my destiny. Back to the present, Norman, her friend and a romance novelist, encourages her to turn to the last page of the book she gave her. Lucia said the page and turned it. Lucia sees an envelope and peek in it. She is shocked and feels she can't accept it. But Norman insists. But this is a lot. What you gave me today is more than enough, Lucia said. That is for your anniversary, Norman replied, the anniversary of when you gave me the ideas that created this bestseller. Norman insists, explaining that the money is a thank you for the ideas Lucia gave her, which helped make her book a bestseller. Lucia had shared insights from her dreams and life, greatly contributing to Norman's success in writing. Even though Lucia is hesitant, Norman wants to show her gratitude. Norman's books, which focus on romances between nobles and commoners, became popular thanks to the unique perspective Lucia provided. Lucia is touched but feels overwhelmed by the generous gesture for just offering some advice. At first, Norman knew that she couldn't capture the attention of the masses with a commoner heroine. Even with that, she couldn't bring herself to change the commoner heroine with a noble one. The book has failed, Norman thought. Norman said the moment was when I stepped into her life. I told Norman about how social circles worked. I used the knowledge from my dreams and current life. Norman gave me a lot of money for only having spent some hours every week chatting with her. Norman's books weren't popular, so she didn't have much money. I helped her by bringing food from the palace. Norman was really grateful and promised to pay me back when her books started selling. Please eat now, I told her when she felt sad about it. And she did pay me back. When her books began to sell well, Norman gave me half of the money she earned. I thought she could have gotten the information for her books without my help, but she was thankful because I was there for her when she needed someone. She even said I'm like family to her. That shows our friendship is more than just business. Thank you, Norman. Meeting you was one of the best things in my life, the protagonist said. Norman felt the same way about me. I can feel my hands trembling. With this money and what I've already saved, I can finally solve my problems. Lucia was worried. She knew that if she ran away from the palace, the guards would follow her to keep the royal dignity. But this could put Norman in danger. I can't let it happen, she thought. She thought it might be safer to leave after her wedding to Count Maton. Suddenly she remembered a scary dream and felt uneasy. Norman noticed her distress and asked if she was okay, noticing how pale she looked. Lucia tried to change the subject by saying Norman looked more tired and pale than her and advised she should go to sleep, and Lucia encouraged her, saying she was about to go home anyway. After bidding farewell to her, Norman was concerned about her safety because there were many people outside. Lucia asked why there were so many people, and Norman explained that all the knights were in the capital for a revision. Lucia realized this was because a war had just ended. Excited, she decided to go see the celebrations. As she walked through the crowded streets, she accidentally bumped into someone and worried if she could even see the event. She felt a bit sad because she hadn't been to this event even in her dreams. Then, she heard a familiar name as many people called it out, Taran, and wondered if it was the man known as the Big Black Lion of the battlefield. She thought it might be him and was curious. Duke Hugo Taran is a powerful military leader known for his strength and smart tactics in battles. People call him the Black Lion of the battlefield because of his prowess. In a dream during my second year of marriage to Count Matan, I heard news that he was getting married. The marriage of a man in the center of power caught everyone's attention. His choice of bride, a charming and intelligent woman with no significant wealth or family background, surprised many. Duke Taran married her despite lacking political or financial gain, and he never had a mistress or lover. Some thought he must be deeply in love, but rumors suggested he simply wanted a wife who wouldn't interfere with his family's affairs. Despite the gossip, Duke Taran never confirmed or denied anything, leading many to believe the rumors were true. In a flashback Lucia had. Norman was feeling completely blank. "Why not have a cup of tea?" suggested Lucia. With a sad face, Norman replied, "I am done for, I've got nothing." "You're writing a romance novel, right?" Lucia asked. "Yeah," Norman sighed. "How about this?" Lucia perked up. "What?" Norman inquired. "Imagine this, in the dream the Duke." Lucia trailed off, lost in thought. "A contract marriage," she murmured. "A contract marriage?" Norman echoed. "Yeah, a story about two people who marry to meet each other's needs," Lucia explained. "That sounds interesting." Norman exclaimed, embracing her. "Lucia, you're a genius." "Norman, let me go," Lucia gasped for breath. Back to the present, she flips through the book she got from Norman. It's good. Norman is so talented. "I'd love a couple more books," Lucia said, while still in bed thinking about her predicament. A contract marriage. I know what he needs. Someone to act as the lady of the Duke's household. Should I do it? Lucia pondered. It dawned on her that this might change her fate. But how would I meet him, she wondered. He's a powerful duke, someone even the king can't easily approach. Ah, the party, Lucia realized. The victory celebration starts tonight. I might meet him there. After all, he's the one who brought victory. Before the victory party, Quais Hesse, the crown prince, wanted to spruce up the place with a painting, but Duke Taran wasn't interested. Quais kept bugging him, saying he only tagged along because he wanted to party with the duke. Taran found it annoying. Eventually he agreed to attend the first night of the party, but Quais pointed out that the party is not for 3 days but 5 days. Taran got irritated but agreed to just the first night. Quais teased him about being stubborn, comparing him to wooing ladies. Taran replied that nobody likes a desperate man, but Quais's excitement annoyed him. At the victory party, the protagonist spotted Duke Taran, who stood out because he was taller than everyone else, surrounded by people as always. It's going to be difficult to get to him. She couldn't help but notice his good looks, which had kept her entertained for the past few days. Yet she realized she had wasted precious time. Now she was determined to speak to him tonight, but she couldn't see a way to do it. She knew this was her only chance and didn't want to miss it. At the victory party 4 days ago, Quais remarked to the Duke, "Isn't it nice now that you're here? We haven't had the chance to celebrate like this because of the war." The Duke remained silent, prompting Quais to persist. "Come on, Dukey, you promised you'd help me." The Duke gently reminded Quais that he pledged his assistance only once he ascended to the throne. Despite Quais's confidence in his future as king, the Duke suggested they discuss it later. Frustrated, Quays labeled the Duke as mean, and the Duke found him increasingly annoying. Suddenly the Duke sensed someone's gaze upon him. Turning, he discovered the protagonist in a corner, their eyes locked and a mutual connection formed. They stared at each other until she turned away. Quays asked, "Are you listening, Duke?" Duke replied, "What did you say?" Quays asked Duke, "You weren't paying attention again?" Duke wondered why she seemed hesitant to talk. He felt her gaze on him, but it felt different from others. He thought she might talk to him if she really wanted to. Even after the party ended, she never approached him. Duke went to the party the next days hoping she would talk to him, but she just watched from afar with the same expression. He wondered when she would finally come and talk to him. The fifth day of the party. The protagonist was restless, wondering how to get the Duke alone. While observing her, the Duke excused himself from the party because he felt maybe she needed alone time with him. The protagonist saw him excuse himself to leave. She rushed to follow and found him outside the party, moving quickly. Wondering what he was up to, the protagonist hesitated but decided to call out to him. Just as she was about to, a maiden approached the Duke, calling him a Hugo. The protagonist hid, realizing it wasn't the right time. Peeking out, she recognized the maiden as Sophia Lawrence. The protagonist couldn't help but eavesdrop as she overheard a conversation between ex-lover Duke Taran and Sophia Lawrence. The words she heard cut deep, echoing through her mind with a chilling effect. "Hugo," Sophia called the Duke softly. "Lady Lawrence, it was only in the past I let you call me by my name," Taran said. "I got chills," the protagonist thought after listening to the Duke's words. "You are so cruel," Sophia said. "How can you be so heartless?" "I believe we were in love once," Sophia heard herself say, her voice trembling with emotion. "Sophia Lawrence and Duke Taran used to be lovers," the protagonist mused. "It appears you are mistaken." "I don't fall in love with anyone," the Duke's voice sounded cold and detached, shattering any lingering illusions Sophia held on to. "Fall into bed?" "Maybe," he continued, his words a cruel twist of the knife in Sophia's wounded heart. "What?" The protagonist gasped in shock. "What did I do to deserve this?" Sophia's voice trembled with hurt and confusion as she questioned her own worth. "I merely expressed my feelings of love to my lover," she heard herself say, her words choked with sorrow. "And in return I received yellow roses, ending our relationship." "So cruel," Sophia lamented, feeling the weight of rejection crushing her spirit. "Didn't I tell you from the beginning not to give your heart to me? And you promised me that you wouldn't." The Duke's words cut through Sophia's anguish like a knife. With tears streaming down her face, Sophia uttered the name of another woman, Countess Falcon, her voice filled with concern and fear for the unknown. "Lawrence, I don't like to waste my emotions." The Duke's response was callous and devoid of empathy. "I don't get angry because being angry is an unpleasant waste of emotion. Things that make me angry pay for it, usually with their lives." Sophia recoiled in horror at the Duke's chilling words, feeling a shiver run down her spine at the realization of his true nature. Crying, her heart heavy with regret and sorrow as she turned away and left, her faith in love shaken to its core. "What did I just hear?" the protagonist whispered to herself, her mind reeling with disbelief. A man who threatens to kill an ex-lover. In that moment, the protagonist's illusions shattered, and she saw the Duke for who he truly was, a cold and ruthless man capable of inflicting harm without remorse. "I think I may have chosen the wrong person," she thought. As the Duke's piercing gaze bore through her, the protagonist felt the weight of his scrutiny, and her heart quickened its pace in response. "Why don't you just come out?" he asked, his voice carrying a blend of curiosity and amusement. "No more hiding like a cat to eavesdrop," he continued, his tone teasing yet expectant. Caught off guard, she struggled to maintain her composure, her mind racing to find the right words. I apologize, Your Excellency," she managed to stammer, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop." The Duke raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying a hint of skepticism. "Aren't you standing a bit too far for a conversation?" he inquired, his voice laced with a subtle challenge. Realizing her blunder, she quickly closed the distance between them, her footsteps echoing softly in the opulent courtyard. "Oh," she replied sheepishly, feeling like a scolded child. "This woman, she is like a small animal, well, kinda cute," the Duke mused inwardly, his amusement growing at her timid demeanor. "Never mind," the Duke dismissed her awkwardness. "What is it you want to say?" Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage, meeting his gaze with newfound determination. "Well," she began, her voice faltering slightly. "Haven't you been staring at me for days because you had something to say to me?" The Duke interjected, a knowing smile playing on his lips. So he knew, she thought, feeling her cheeks grow warm with embarrassment. "So I asked, what is it you wanted to say?" The Duke prompted again. I would like to propose a contract with your excellency." She stammered, feeling a surge of determination to be more confident. The Duke's interest was piqued, his curiosity evident as he leaned in slightly, his eyes searching hers for clues. "A contract?" he repeated, a note of intrigue coloring his tone. "What, it is not even something interesting," he thought to himself, though his outward demeanor remained composed. "Yes, a life-changing contract," she affirmed, her voice steady as she met his gaze with unwavering resolve. As she gazed at him with a serious look, her determination shone through her words. Duke Hugo raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with skepticism as he repeated, "Life-changing? Don't you think you need to introduce yourself first to make a proposal like that?" he asked. Lucia, undeterred, met his gaze with determination. "I understand your caution," she began, "but revealing my identity and the proposal's details here would be premature." The Duke nodded, conceding to her point. "Fair enough. What is it that you seek then?" he inquired, maintaining his composure despite his growing curiosity. Lucia hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Would it be permissible for me to visit your residence?" she asked, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Duke Hugo's expression softened, his concern evident. "Of course," he replied, masking his frustration. "But when do you plan to come?" "I cannot wait indefinitely for a contract," he added, a touch of impatience creeping into his voice. "I'll be in touch soon," Lucia assured him, her resolve unwavering despite her initial fear as they both stared at each other. The Duke's frustration was palpable now, his grin fading into a scowl. "So you are saying I'm supposed to wait indefinitely for your convenience?" he retorted, his tone sharp with irritation. Lucia maintained her facade of confidence with a tight smile. "It's a risk, but necessary for a life-changing contract," she insisted. Duke Hugo, noting her bravado, remained silent. "I hope you deliver what you say," he pressed as she felt released from the tension. "I am not always so patient, you see," he said, a hint of impatience in his tone. "I'll keep that in mind," Lucia replied evenly, masking her unease. As Duke Hugo left, Lucia pondered his demeanor. In another scene in her room, the protagonist was restless, consumed by thoughts of what to do. She hadn't anticipated his ruthlessness, and the memory of his sharp words to Sophia Lawrence sent a chill down her spine. Sleep eluded her as she mulled over her options. "I told him I had a proposal, but I think he will get angry if I mention a contract marriage." The Duke's threat to obliterate anything that angered him lingered in her mind, intensifying her fear of him. Unsure of her next step, Lucia found herself engulfed by a sense of dread as she thought, "What I need right now is..." In another scene, Norman opened the door to find Lucia on the balcony, holding an umbrella against the rain. "Lucia," she called gently, ushering her inside as it rained. "It's raining hard. Are you sure it's safe to be out in this downpour?" she inquired with concern. "Oh, I'll head back once it eases up," Lucia reassured her, accepting a cup of hot drink gratefully. Observing her change in demeanor, Norman couldn't help but ask, "Is something troubling you?" With a solemn expression, Lucia confided in Norman about the pivotal choices she faced. One path seemed fraught with difficulty and pain if left unchecked, while the other remained shrouded in uncertainty, a gamble, she described it. "What would you choose if it were you, Norman?" she asked. "Obviously the unknown path," Norman asserted, her expression serious. Lucia marveled at her unwavering certainty. "You don't even hesitate," she remarked, impressed. "Of course not," she said as she gulped down her drink. Norman shrugged. "Life's only livable when it's unpredictable. If you know the future, how could you bear the boredom?" she reasoned. "Besides, if it's not even a happy path, then it's better to gamble on the unknown," she advised. Holding her cup against her face, Lucia listened intently. "Even if it turns out to be painful, it's your choice. So no regrets," Norman emphasized. "Regrets," Lucia said while Norman replied, "You got it, Lucia," with a pose trying to motivate her. "You only get one chance at life," she added assertively, her tone oddly amusing to Lucia, who couldn't help but giggle. "Thanks, Norman. I'll be strong," Lucia promised inwardly, feeling encouraged. The next day she headed to Duke Hugo's house. As she arrived at the gate, she noticed the absence of guards or servants, prompting doubt. However, she observed the door was open. "Should I go in?" Lucia hesitated, debating with herself. Just as she reached for the gate, a booming voice interrupted her thoughts. "Who is it?" A shiver ran down Lucia's spine as she saw the shadow of a large man approaching. As she saw his face clearly, she remembered him. "You don't look like a servant here." "What are you doing here?" the giant guards asked. "Are you a knight of this manor?" Lucia asked, her voice trembling slightly. The guard, towering over her, scrutinized her before responding, "And if I am?" Lucia hesitated. "Is His Excellency home?" she ventured. The guard replied, "Maybe." "Why are you looking for His Excellency?" The guard, whom Lucia recognized, steadied herself, trying to conceal her nerves. "I've heard of him in my dreams," she began thoughtfully. His name was Roy Croton, Duke Hugo's loyal subordinate. He was more widely known as Mad Dog Croton than by his actual name Roy Croton. "I've heard he was a red-headed fellow." She paused, certain now of the man's identity. "I am sorry to have intruded so suddenly like this, but could you send a word to His Excellency? That I wish to speak with Duke Hugo. If you tell him I am the person who proposed a contract at the victory party, he will agree to the meeting," she said. Roy Croton shook his head firmly. "I don't know about that. I can't send a stranger in to meet the Duke," he replied, his tone resolute. "So who are you?" he asked as he leaned towards her, and she thought, "He is huge. You don't look like a noblewoman. Are you a merchant?" Roy Croton asked, his gaze piercing. Lucia squared her shoulders, her confidence returning. "Despite my inadequate attire, I am noble enough to meet with His Excellency," she replied firmly, no longer intimidated. Roy Croton smirked, then turned his back on her, gesturing for her to follow him. In Duke Hugo's office, Roy greeted the Duke in a familiar, almost playful manner, addressing him as "my lord." But Duke Hugo's response was anything but playful. He punched Roy on the face with his right hand. "I don't have time for you. Go play by yourself," Duke Hugo curtly told him. Roy replied, You always treat me like an immature child." Then, turning his attention to business, he inquired about Jerome's whereabouts. "He went out." "I heard why, but I forgot," Roy informed the Duke. "But more importantly, you have a guest. You're going to see them, right?" he urged Duke Hugo, a smile playing on his lips. The Duke questioned, "There are no more scheduled appointments for the day." Roy pressed on for him to meet the guest, sensing something intriguing about her. "Do you know them?" Duke Hugo asked, intrigued. Roy shook his head. "No, but although she does not look at it, she claims she is noble. She has no escort yet and is very confident. She's a rather funny one," Roy informed Duke Hugo. He then questioned the Duke's curiosity about meeting the guest. "Did she say anything else?" Duke Hugo inquired, showing a keen interest. "Oh well, she's a woman," Roy remarked casually. Duke Hugo's interest piqued further. "From the victory party?" Roy continued. "She mentioned something about a proposal that you would most certainly want to hear," Roy replied knowingly. "It's her." Duke Hugo realized instantly who his guest was as he thought. Where did you put the guest? He demanded as he stood up quickly, turning to Roy Croton for answers. Meanwhile, Lucia waited in the guest room, her mind racing with thoughts. I came, so there is no going back now, she reassured herself quietly as her heartbeat quickened. As Duke Hugo entered the room, he said, You really came, he spoke, his presence commanding attention. You knew I was in? He questioned Lucia, who was startled by his sudden appearance. Duke Hugo, she thought, surprised by his directness. Apologizing for not informing him before coming, Lucia watched as the Duke took a seat. I am late in introducing myself. My name is Vivien Hesse, as she finally introduced herself, her voice steady despite her nerves. Lucia continued, her voice steady despite the turmoil within her. I am the 16th Princess of His Royal Highness, and I have come to ask for your hand in marriage, she declared, her words hanging in the air. Duke Hugo sat in puzzled silence, processing her unexpected request. Lucia, feeling the weight of his silence, found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Does he not believe me? Should I have worn something more formal? Is he angry? The questions flooded her mind all at once, threatening to overwhelm her. Breaking the tense silence, Duke Hugo spoke abruptly. Princess, he addressed her, seeking confirmation. Lucia nodded eagerly, her heart pounding. Yes, she affirmed. I remember rather clearly from the last time we spoke that you wanted to propose a contract, Duke Hugo remarked, his tone measured. Lucia took a deep breath, steadying herself. Right, she began, her voice trembling slightly. I am offering a life-changing contract of marriage. And for you, she continued, gathering her courage, the advantages will come with it. I will present them now. As she prepared to outline the benefits of her proposal to Duke Hugo, Lucia couldn't help but hope fervently that her request would be met with favor. So what is it? The Duke inquired, his patience waning. What benefit would I derive from marrying Her Royal Highness? The Duke asked. Lucia was speechless at first, then gathering courage, she took a breath, her voice barely above a whisper. Your Highness, I understand you have a son who you intend to designate as your heir. Her words were met with silence. The Duke remained composed, casually sipping his tea. Lucia, taken aback by his lack of reaction as she braced herself for what she thought would be a more intense response. Setting down his teacup, Duke Hugo urged her to continue. Yes, indeed. If you wish to pass on your title, the law mandates that you must be married, she explained. And you propose that marriage be with you, Your Highness? He inquired. Yes, she affirmed. The fact that I have an heir could potentially be discovered by anyone seeking to exploit it, I mean, that's if they wanted to blackmail me with it, the Duke calmly stated. Pardon? Blackmail, you say? Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Excellency, I assure you, I have no intention of blackmailing you. I wouldn't dare. As I mentioned, I am here merely to make a proposal, she clarified, attempting to dispel his suspicion. I propose this marriage because, firstly, I lack any maternal family ties. Therefore, that is one less thing to worry about, and being the 16th princess, my position within the royal family holds little significance, thus the dowry offered will be modest. However, my royal lineage will add a favorable appearance to the arrangement, Lucia explained calmly. As she continued, the Duke appeared taken aback by her thorough preparation for their meeting. Furthermore, she continued, I have no intention of meddling in Your Excellency's private affairs. You may continue to fool around as you please, there will be minimal disruption to your personal life once we are wed. The Duke's expression soured at her casual mention of his potential infidelity. And if you wish, Lucia added, you may request a divorce at a later time. The Duke remained silent, visibly disconcerted. Lastly, Lucia revealed, I am unable to conceive, ensuring there will be no complications regarding your dukedom or your heir. After she finished speaking, silence filled the room. Breaking the tension, the Duke addressed Lucia hesitantly. Your Highness? She responded, yes. I am uncertain of your thoughts, Duke Hugo admitted. Surprised by his candor, Lucia sought clarification. I beg your pardon, she inquired. Let us assess each point methodically, he suggested. The Tarans are not impoverished. I have no qualms about supporting my wife's family, nor am I concerned about dowry, the Duke stated firmly. Whether my wife hails from a noble lineage or not is of little consequence to me. He continued, in accordance with Taran family tradition, divorce is not an option. Addressing Lucia's concerns about his private life, he asked bluntly, "Do you take me for a man who would indulge in extramarital affairs?" Lucia, flustered, struggled to respond. "No, I mean..." She faltered. "Then, Your Excellency, are you insinuating that you pledge lifelong fidelity?" Lucia interrupted. His silence in response to Lucia's question spoke volumes. "You can't deny it," she pressed. "Whether I do or not is none of the princess's concern," the Duke retorted sharply. "Of course, I never suggested it was," Lucia responded in a fierce tone also. As the tension diffused, both parties realized the impasse they faced. Lucia understood that her proposal had failed and she needed to devise an alternate plan. "What about the issue of heirs?" Lucia brought up tentatively. "My inability to bear children, does it not alleviate your concerns, Your Excellency?" The Duke internally questioned her nonchalant demeanor regarding such a significant matter. "Isn't it a serious issue for a woman to be unable to conceive?" he wondered. "How can she talk as if it is nothing?" he wondered. Lucia remained silent, sensing the weight of his unspoken thoughts. "It would certainly be inconvenient if my wife were to give birth to a son, but it's not insurmountable," the Duke acknowledged. He then inquired if she could provide evidence of her infertility. Lucia was shocked by his question and bowed her head, admitting she could not. "Without proof, it cannot be considered," Duke Hugo declared firmly. Lucia pondered her options, feeling a sense of desperation. "What more can I offer him that he would consider?" she thought, feeling defeated. Suddenly a memory stirred within her. "Didn't I warn you not to give your heart to me from the start?" the Duke said in her remembrance. Lucia snapped back to the present, her eyes widening with realization. "Yes," she affirmed. "Then how about this?" she proposed, her voice firm as she raised her head. "I vow never to fall in love with you, Your Excellency." The Duke, taken aback by her unexpected suggestion, "What?" he said as he felt a twinge of unease. With her eyes sparkling, Lucia reiterated, "I promise never to fall in love with Your Excellency. I will not give my heart to you." Her declaration took the Duke by surprise, leaving him thinking, what? Duke Hugo couldn't help but laugh. Lucia, puzzled, wondered if her words had been amusing, but he knows how to laugh, she thought. That's my favorite condition of all. However, Hugo confessed he couldn't see how such terms could favor her. A wife indifferent to her husband's affairs, a marriage hanging by a thread, how do these benefit you? He asked. Lucia took a moment, her silence heavy, before she shared her burden. I desire to lead a life of my own choosing. As the 16th princess, I'm easily overlooked, a pawn for the royal family's benefit, she confided in Duke Hugo. Her wish was simple, to have some say in her choice of a suitor at least, so as to avoid living with regret. Her expression turned somber, revealing the depth of her fatigue and sadness. The Duke was speechless. Lucia excused herself, rising to leave. Wait, Duke Hugo called out, stopping her. In a moment that took her by surprise, he kissed her and stared into her eyes, explaining it was a test of their compatibility. If we are to marry, we should at least be comfortable with each other, without being disgusted, he reasoned, before stepping away to arrange for her carriage, leaving her momentarily alone. In the solitude of the room, Lucia was overwhelmed by a whirl of emotions. Tears of relief and happiness welled in her eyes as she blushed from the kiss. As she slid down and sat on the floor, she realized she had overlooked an essential aspect of marriage, the physical and emotional connection between partners. In his study, Duke Hugo found himself unable to concentrate on his work, his thoughts preoccupied with the recent encounter. He understood the necessity of marrying to secure his lineage, yet the situation with the princess was complicated. He recalled her pledge not to fall in love with him and their moment when he kissed her that had left her blushing, a memory he found unexpectedly charming. Despite the complications, Hugo knew that as long as they both adhered to the agreed-upon conditions, there should be no issues. Deciding to address another matter, he rang a bell on his desk, summoning assistance. The door opened and a man entered. "You rang, Your Excellency?" he inquired, ready for instructions. Duke Hugo spoke. "Vivien, there's something I need you to look into," he began, setting the stage for his next move. In another scene, Norman asked Lucia, "So, how did it go?" "What do you mean?" Lucia inquired, puzzled by Norman's question as Norman gracefully poured tea for them both. Norman, looking thoughtful, gently prodded, "The question you had about choosing between two paths, it was about your own situation, wasn't it?" Sensing the delicacy of the topic, Norman added, "I'm guessing it's something you can't discuss with me." Regrettably, Lucia confirmed, "No, I can't, I'm sorry, Norman." Norman nodded understandingly. Everyone has their secrets, some they might not even share with their closest friends or family, she acknowledged, trying to offer comfort with a warm smile. "I just thought you were facing a difficult choice and wondered if there was any way I could be of help." "Your advice was very helpful," Lucia admitted, her spirits lifted by the conversation. "Because of it, I decided to take a chance." Norman expressed her happiness at being able to help. "Now, I'm just waiting to see what happens next," Lucia said, reflective yet hopeful. "I see. I hope it turns out exactly as you wish." "Please, let me know the outcome," Norman requested earnestly. Of course, Lucia agreed, feeling grateful for Norman's support and friendship. As Lucia later strolled through the street, contemplating her recent decisions and their potential outcomes, she was shocked when she encountered a man who approached her with a sense of purpose. As she thought, that man was definitely, her thought was interrupted when he showed her a sealed letter in his hands. "I am here to escort you," he informed her, indicating the importance of the message he carried, leaving her puzzled. At night, the young man strolled with a lantern in hand, halting upon encountering Vivien. "What are you doing here at this hour, Vivien?" inquired the young man, his curiosity evident. Descending from his horse, Vivien questioned as he addressed the young man as Jerome, "Has His Excellency retired yet?" Jerome, taken aback, informed Vivien that the Excellency was not present. Frustrated, Vivien muttered about the bad timing and declared his intention to take the next day off. "Did he go for a light stroll?" "To where?" Vivien inquired, holding a sealed parcel that intrigued Jerome. "What is it?" asked Jerome. Jerome revealed that the Excellency had gone to see Countess Falcon, evoking anger from Vivien. "Quiet! Everyone is asleep," Jerome urged, attempting to pacify Vivien, who had shouted in disbelief. "But he is still seeing that woman? What were you doing?" Vivien demanded. Jerome, resigned, replied, "What can I do? It is none of my business who my master brings to bed." "None of your business?" "That woman is cursed, she has killed her last 3 husbands," remarked Jerome. Jerome dismissed it as childish nonsense, causing tension between them. Vivien asked, "I thought Duke Hugo was involved with Baron Lawrence's daughter?" Due to Fabien's past gesture of sending her yellow roses as a breakup gesture from Duke Hugo. "Oh, His Excellency never did this before. He's been seeing her for over a year already. She has him wrapped around her finger for sure," Vivien remarked, frustrating Jerome. Jerome warned Vivien to watch his mouth, thinking, how does he still not know him? But Vivien, ignoring the advice, stormed out into the darkness angrily, declaring he would give his report to the Duke immediately. Despite Jerome's attempts to call him back, Vivien continued on his way, holding the sealed parcel. Stopping momentarily, Vivien turned to Jerome, insisting he wasn't making it up. Duke Hugo had pressed for the parcel several times, surprising and startling Jerome. In a different scene, "What do you think?" inquired the Countess, while Duke Hugo sat on her bed, perusing a document. "Not bad," he responded casually. Impressed with herself, she remarked, "You are too hard to please. It took me 2 months to compile this, and it contains highly classified information from our side." Duke Hugo, maintaining composure with a smile, stated, "An investor must be level-headed." Trying to entice him to lie down, she rubbed her hand across his chest and asked, "Then you will invest, won't you?" Their intimate moment came to a halt as a knock on the door interrupted, surprising her. "Madam, I must speak with you urgently," came the voice of the intruder. Annoyed, the countess shouted at the intruder to leave. However, the maid persisted, informing her that there was a visitor for the guest with important matters waiting to inform. As she was speaking, the visitor interrupted her. "It's Jerome, Your Grace. I am sorry to bother you while you are resting. Vivien is waiting for His Grace at the manor with some matters of importance. He told me His Grace has pressed him on the matter. So I have come to inform His Grace and see what he thinks is best to do." Jerome conveyed to the Duke, who was in the room with the woman. The room fell silent. "Okay, wait there. I'll be right out," Duke Hugo instructed, surprising the countess. "Where are my clothes?" he asked her. In disbelief, she questioned if he was leaving. As he dressed, the countess hugged him from behind and mentioned her absence from the house for around 10 days. Duke Hugo responded with a slight smirk and said, I see." Riding away in his chariot into the darkness, the countess watched from her window, expressing her desire of wanting him awkwardly. Back in his study, Duke Hugo questioned Vivien, "Is this all of it?" having reviewed Laetia's files. Vivien, apologizing, explained the thorough examination that took longer due to the limited records. Observing each file, Duke Hugo acknowledged Vivien's competence in his job. So she is indeed a princess, Duke Hugo thought while looking at Laetia's picture. The gathered information revealed that Laetia was raised as a commoner, brought to the palace at the age of 12, never left the palace, and ventured out once a week under disguise. Despite not making her societal debut, she appeared natural at the party, leaving Duke Hugo intrigued as he delved deeper into her background. Not drawing much attention at the party, Lucia didn't seem out of place either, Duke Hugo noted. Amused, he mentioned her ability to write her own permission letters, allowing her to leave the palace without raising suspicion. "The palace guards are pretty lax," Duke Hugo added with a laugh, acknowledging that they identified her as a handmaiden. "I have searched thoroughly but found no ties to any factions," Vivien informed Duke Hugo. The Duke speculated that Laetia might have gathered information about Damien, his son, from a novelist familiar with socialite gossip. Seeking clarity, Duke Hugo asked, "So the only confirmed fact is that she is a princess?" Feeling that he might not have presented his best, Vivien stood there dejected. Duke Hugo, growing serious, deduced, "She leaves the palace on the same day every week, so the next day she'll leave must be tomorrow." As he instructed Vivien, "Tomorrow, bring her to me." "I shall go fetch her, Your Excellency," Vivien said with a bow. "All right," said the Duke, dismissing his official. Now alone, he began reflecting on his proposal for marriage. "I wasn't planning on rushing into it. I'll consider it like a coin toss. Heads if she comes back in the carriage, tails if she doesn't. Heads I marry her, tails I don't," he thought as he tossed the coin. "Marriage is no big deal," he said to himself. "I am here to usher you," Vivien told Princess Lucia. Speechless, she couldn't find the right words to say. "You mean right now?" she asked. "His Excellency would like to speak to you about your proposal," he told her. "If you refuse, I shall leave you and return," he continued. For a moment, the princess thought about her options. She noticed the carriage sent to pick her had no windows and no markings to show it belonged to the Tarans. "It is so thorough it is scary," she thought. Clenching her fist tight, she came to a decision. "I will go with you," she told Vivien with a determined face. "This way," he said, leading her to the carriage. A knock came from the door, entering Duke Hugo's study room. Vivien bowed, saying, "I have brought her here." "Is she alone?" Duke Hugo asked. "Yes," Vivien replied. "Did she come without resisting?" the Duke asked. "Yes," he replied to the Duke. Smirking to himself, the Duke thought the princess was interesting to him. She had no fear of what might happen, he thought. In the meeting room, she picked a cookie, tasted it. "This is absolutely delicious. Is it homemade?" Lucia asked the steward as her eyes sparkled. She was delighted at tasting the cookie. Yes, it was made by the pâtissier of the Tarans, said the steward. Wow, they are very talented, she said. Who is this lady? The steward thought he had never seen someone so relaxed at the Duke's mansion before. I am glad you like it, he told her. Although Lucia was nervous, she thought it would be pretty nice to be the Duchess. She would get to drink amazing tea and eat cookies every day. The steward announced the presence of the Excellency, the Duke. This shocked Lucia as she choked on the cookie she ate. Arg! No! My mouth is full of cookies, she thought, holding her mouth. Leave us, Duke Hugo said to the steward before sitting down facing the princess. I have to greet him, Lucia thought as she tried gulping down her food in a hurry. She munched as fast as she could, not trying to choke. She grabbed her tea hurriedly as she thought, it's caught in my throat, as she gulped her tea. This is more embarrassing because it's so quiet, she thought as she drank her tea. Now done, she noticed Duke Hugo sigh. He dropped a parcel on the table, sliding it over to her. Speechless, she picked up the document and opened it. She didn't know what to do with the papers inside. My terms for our marriage, you must sign both papers, Duke Hugo told her. She read through it silently. Relinquishment of parental authority, agreement to admittance into the family registry. As she read the terms, Duke Hugo couldn't help but observe the princess. She is not ugly, nor is she exceptionally beautiful, same for her body, he thought. He observed her beautiful, amber-colored eyes. Is this it? Princess Lucia said she was done reading the terms, leaving the Duke speechless. What about the things I mentioned last time, she asked the Duke. There was nothing that could be put into writing, he told her. Really? Then don't you need the freedom of a personal life? And may I become clingy and profess my love for you, she asked. Then why don't I add those too, just not on paper, Duke Hugo said, already looking frustrated from her questions. Right, she said, holding up the pen about to sign the papers. What are you doing? Shouted Duke Hugo as he jolted up. Signing, Lucia said. No, I have shown you my terms. Doesn't Her Royal Highness have terms of her own? He asked, shocked at her actions. May I add my own terms as well? The princess asked in a rather shocking way. Of course, the contract cannot be favorable to only one party, Duke Hugo tells her. Terms, she said softly. The princess faced Duke Hugo, her voice steady despite the tension that thickened the air between them. So may I add my own terms to this marriage as well, she inquired, seeking clarity on her position in this arrangement. Of course, Hugo responded promptly, his tone firm and devoid of any warmth. However, if we do not sign the contract today, consider the whole thing off, he added, his words carrying an unmistakable threat. Why? Princess Lucia couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued by his insistence. She wanted to understand the reason behind his ultimatum. Duke Hugo's response was cold and calculated. The future is uncertain with too many variables. Delaying the decision only adds to the unpredictability, he explained, though his words felt more like a veiled warning. Lucia fell silent, taken aback by his strict demeanor. She pondered over his words, recognizing the rigid boundaries he set. Gathering her courage, she decided to probe deeper into his guarded persona. May I ask you something? She ventured, her voice betraying none of the turmoil within. Why do you hate a woman's love? The question hung in the air, bold and unflinching. The silence that followed was profound, stretching on as seconds turned into minutes. Lucia began to regret her question, fearing she had reopened old wounds. The thought that she might have inadvertently caused him pain made her uneasy, her earlier bravado fading. Duke Hugo, caught off guard by her question, was not surprised by the inquiry itself but by her nervous attitude. He wondered what she was thinking about now. Lucia, interpreting his silence as discomfort, feared she had overstepped. Have I asked you a question you cannot answer? She ventured, breaking the silence that had settled between them. Duke Hugo finally spoke, his voice low. No one has ever dared to ask me that before. Your question took me by surprise, he admitted, revealing a glimpse of his vulnerability. Lucia listened intently to Duke Hugo, his expression unchanged as he voiced his thoughts. "Although I don't despise your question," he began, his voice calm and measured, "I believe a woman's love should be reciprocated. And since I cannot return such affection, I prefer not to be loved at all." His words were direct, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Lucia was visibly taken aback by his admission. To her, his stance seemed not born of heartbreak, but of sheer self-interest. Internally she criticized him, deeming him selfish and in need of a lesson in humility. She mused silently, a hint of disappointment lacing her thoughts. "Well, I guess a man who has everything will never have to experience something like that," she concluded, a bit of resentment seeping into her silent judgment. Brushing aside her internal critique, Lucia gathered her resolve and addressed Duke Hugo with newfound determination. "I understand," she said, her voice strong and clear. "But I only need your word, Your Excellency. Swear upon your family's honor." Her request piqued his interest, her serious demeanor contrasting with the playful spark in her eyes. "My family's honor? That indeed holds more weight than any contract. What is it you request?" Hugo asked, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, intrigued by her audacity. Lucia outlined her conditions earnestly. "There are 2 conditions. First, promise me there will be no abuse, neither physical nor verbal," she stated, her tone serious. "Her Royal Highness believes that he was saying, and she quickly added that she meant no offense by this request, preempting any misinterpretation. Before she could elaborate further, Duke Hugo interjected, curious about her second condition. Lucia hesitated for a moment, her next words carrying a weight of emotional risk. "Secondly, while I will try my best, the heart sometimes acts beyond our control. If I should find myself unable to keep my heart from you, then send me a rose," she said, her expression a mix of resolve and apprehension. "A rose?" Duke Hugo repeated, his initial confusion giving way to deep contemplation. Her request struck a chord, reminding him of something deeply personal. How could she have known about the rose, he wondered, unaware of Lucia's dream in which a rose symbolized the end of their relationship. Duke Hugo was momentarily taken aback by Lucia's requests. Was she eavesdropping? But this woman seems hardly to grasp the concept of a contract, he pondered silently, recognizing that taking advantage of Lucia's naivety was out of the question. "Your Highness, might I suggest you consider more pragmatic terms?" Duke Hugo proposed, his tone gentle yet firm. "I fear you underestimate the significance of the documents you're about to sign." Lucia, now contemplative, inquired if he referred to financial conditions. "Yes," he affirmed. Her response, however, surprised him. "But as a duchess, I wouldn't need to worry about living costs, right? I don't seek wealth beyond that," she reasoned, her simplicity and practicality catching Duke Hugo off guard. What sort of princess concerns herself with the cost of living, he wondered, genuinely intrigued by the workings of her mind. He openly accepted her first condition but sought clarity on the second. "It holds personal significance," Lucia explained, her conviction shining through. She elaborated on her perspective that while material wealth was necessary to a degree, it was the immaterial aspects of life that truly mattered. Being destitute is miserable, but once you have enough to live comfortably, having more doesn't significantly alter your happiness, she shared with him. Duke Hugo, still processing her words, couldn't help but question her age again, finding her wisdom beyond her years. "Did you not say you were 18? He asked, to which she confirmed. "Your outlook is unusually mature for someone so young." "I'm puzzled by where you've acquired such a philosophy," he admitted, a mix of curiosity and admiration in his tone. Lucia simply smiled, reiterating her terms and expressing her belief that they were not overly demanding. Duke Hugo found himself taken aback by the simplicity and sincerity of her requests. "Difficult?" On the contrary, they're disarmingly straightforward, he thought, a newfound respect for Lucia stirring within him. "All right, I understand and agree to your terms," Duke Hugo conceded, reaching for his ink and pen with a sense of resolve, leaving her in shock. Lucia's reaction was one of pure delight, her joy evident as she prepared to sign the contract. Yes, she uttered, her voice carrying a mixture of relief and happiness, as she took a significant step towards a future that, until moments ago, seemed fraught with uncertainties. The agreement they reached, founded on respect and understanding, marked the beginning of a new chapter for both. Lucia and Duke Hugo found themselves at the peculiar juncture of acknowledging their engagement. Duke Hugo, pragmatic in his approach, suggested the idea of notarization, a notion promptly dismissed by Lucia, leaving him speechless. Yes, we are engaged to be married, Lucia affirmed, contemplating the newfound status of being Duke Hugo Taran's fiancée. Observing Lucia's sudden reticence, Duke Hugo probed into her character, questioning whether she sought honor above all else. With a practical directive, he advised her to depart before nightfall, citing her lack of permission to stay overnight at his castle. As Lucia pondered the situation, she perceived a softening in Duke Hugo's tone, a subtle shift that fueled her daydreams. However, the atmosphere changed abruptly when Duke Hugo accused Lucia of assuming the guise of a housemaid, departing the palace under the pretense of having permission letters. His choice of words left Lucia stunned as he ordered her not to ever do that again, prompting her to question the sudden change in his demeanor. "Why are you talking to me like this?" she wondered, grappling with the perceived rudeness. "How should I put it?" she thought while groaning. Unapologetically, Duke Hugo informed Lucia that he refrained from formalities with his woman, a declaration that both surprised and embarrassed her. As he casually referred to her as such, Lucia blushed, taken aback. Stuttering, she questioned when she had become His Excellency's woman, prompting Duke Hugo to remind her of their agreement to marry. Expressing uncertainty about the future, Lucia reminded the Duke that they were not yet married, implying that their engagement didn't guarantee the certainty of a union. Duke Hugo, in response, queried her understanding of the implications of engagement, asserting the permanence of such commitments within the Taran family. This revelation left Lucia stunned, introducing an unexpected layer of complexity to their burgeoning relationship. "Why can't you speak more courteously to your fiancé? Is that also tradition?" Lucia demanded, seeking clarity from Duke Hugo. His response was straightforward, "No, that is just me." This revelation left Lucia perplexed, realizing that she couldn't easily decipher Duke Hugo's character. Initially frightening, he now appeared enigmatic, perhaps even a philanderer, she mused. Lucia grappled with questions about the Duke's manners, emotions, and rationality, finding herself unable to categorize him definitively. Maintaining his stance on Lucia's unauthorized departures with permission letters, Duke Hugo urged her to respond to his inquiries. With a serious expression he asked, "Are you going to answer me?" Lucia, exhibiting newfound boldness, questioned what he would do if she did. Duke Hugo's cryptic response, "Try me and see," as she smiled, knowing her first impression was not wrong, prompted Lucia to classify him as someone who intimidates by default, cautioning herself against crossing such individuals. Seeking a semblance of understanding, Lucia pleaded to see someone one more time. In deep thought, Duke Hugo, inquisitive yet composed, posed a counter-question, "And if you do, what will you say?" To Lucia's surprise, Duke Hugo seemed aware of her connection with Norman, referring to her as a princess, leaving her stunned as she thought, "He already knows about Norman." Blushing at his endearment, Lucia expressed her desire to bid farewell as Norman is important to her. Duke Hugo, aiming to dispel any misconceptions, clarified that he wasn't forbidding her from seeing Norman again. "This engagement is a secret," Duke Hugo confided in Lucia, expressing his desire to avoid any potential scandal. Lucia, filled with joy, seized the opportunity to inquire if it would be acceptable to see Norman after their marriage. Duke Hugo, conceding to her enthusiasm, reluctantly agreed, cautioning her not to disclose the contractual arrangement. Overjoyed by the partial victory, Lucia praised Duke Hugo's consideration. However, Duke Hugo, bemused by the apparent shift in perception, reminded Lucia of her earlier judgment, questioning, "Last time you treated me like a philanderer, and now I'm considerate? Just how awful of a person do you think I am?" Caught off guard, Lucia clarified that her words were not meant to be taken that way, her sudden sadness evident. Duke Hugo, observing her, recognized that Lucia might not be well acquainted with his multifaceted character. Despite being rumored as a man with different sides, even considered a monster, he acknowledged that Lucia's perception would likely change when she inevitably encountered such rumors. Reflecting to himself, Duke Hugo anticipated that she might regret her current sentiments in the face of the truths that awaited her. In this unfolding engagement, the nuanced interactions between Lucia and Duke Hugo reveal layers of complexity, setting the stage for the challenges and revelations that may shape their relationship in the days to come. We are experiencing delightful weather nowadays. I hope this letter finds you in good spirits. I regret having to bid you farewell through a letter, but rest assured there is no cause for concern. I am hale and hearty, attending to important matters that will keep me away for a while. Lucia took a moment to pen down her thoughts, expressing her reassurance to Norman and assuring her of her well-being. Please don't worry about me, she wrote, our paths will cross again. Our friendship, solidified over time, is for life, and I am confident it will endure indefinitely. Concerned about Norman's disrupted sleep schedule, Lucia added a gentle reminder for her to prioritize her health. Until then, take care of yourself. As she concluded the letter, she pondered on how to deliver it to Norman. Holding the letter close, she anticipated that Duke Hugo might arrange for its safe passage. 5 days after the meeting at the Duke's Hugo Manor, Lucia knew she wouldn't be able to see Norman until after the impending wedding. Acknowledging this, she decided to send word to her through a letter to alleviate any worries. Contemplating whether Norman would mind if Duke Hugo's messenger read the contents, Lucia pondered on the uncertainty of the marriage date. I wonder when the wedding will take place, she mused, unsure if it would be in half a year or a full one. The anticipation of reuniting with Norman weighed on her mind, and she couldn't help but miss her deeply. As she rocked her chair, lost in thought, Lucia accidentally tipped it backward, letting out a surprised exclamation before landing on her back. Ouch, she sighed. Despite the discomfort from the fall, Lucia lay on the ground, contemplating her next move. Boredom set in, prompting her to decide on doing some laundry. I should do some laundry, Lucia finally uttered, lifting herself up. She stepped on her clothes in the laundry bucket and, lifting her dress, began to wash it vigorously. The repetitive motion seemed to be a welcome distraction. Laundry is great for keeping my mind off things, she thought. What's done is done, no use worrying about it. I'll just concentrate on my chores, she said to herself. However, her newfound focus was abruptly interrupted by a stern inquiry from a court lady who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Lucia was taken aback by the sudden presence of this unfamiliar maid, unaware of her surroundings. Are you a girl that works here? The court lady barked at Lucia, not recognizing her. Lucia, still inside the laundry bucket, was puzzled. A court lady? What is a court lady doing here, she thought, refraining from speaking. Why are you not answering me? You seem like you work here, but I have not seen you before. Is the princess in? The court lady pressed further. Lucia, contemplating the situation, remained silent, wondering why the woman was seeking her out. She stopped doing the laundry as she thought, but what do I tell her in this situation? As she definitely doesn't look the princess part. Lucia overheard the court lady's demand for a response. Answer me this minute, or are you unable to speak? The court lady insisted. Lucia, still inside the laundry bucket, hesitated, unsure of how to handle the situation. There is a guest here to see the princess, lead me to her, the court lady declared. Lucia, caught off guard, thought, there is no one who would come see me here. A guest? I think she's at the wrong place. In the midst of her mundane task, Lucia found herself entangled in an unexpected encounter, uncertain about how to proceed. I did not know they had added laundry to a lady's education, Duke Hugo remarked with a hint of annoyance as he entered the scene, observing his fiancée engaged in the unexpected task. He looked displeased. Duke Hugo, she thought. A servant of the palace does not even know the face of the princess. How incompetent, Duke Hugo stated, directing his disapproval toward the court lady. Turning to Lucia, he quipped, "That's on you for having such a strange hobby, Your Royal Highness." Lucia felt a sudden surge of fear. What is he doing here, she thought to herself. Stuttering a greeting, she asked Duke Hugo. "Oh, hello. What brings you here?" Duke Hugo, unimpressed with the current setting, suggested, "Why don't you step out of there so we can talk?" Lucia, realizing her laundry endeavor was a peculiar situation, blushed slightly. "Wait a moment," she said, attempting to leave the laundry bucket. However, in the process she tripped and fell to the ground. Duke Hugo, standing in front of her, watched curiously as Lucia struggled. Embarrassed, she contemplated her predicament. "I cannot get up, maybe I'll pretend to be dead," she thought, still lying on the ground. Frustrated with herself, she questioned, "Why am I falling down so much today?" Offering a helping hand, Duke Hugo reached out to Lucia. Looking up, she held his arm, allowing him to pull her from the ground. "Thank you," Lucia expressed her gratitude for his assistance, relieved to be back on her feet. Observing that Lucia was on her bare feet, Duke Hugo gently held her by the waist and lifted her up, carrying her in his arms. Lucia experienced a rush of different emotions at once. Concerned about getting soap on him due to her wet laundry state, she voiced her worry to Duke Hugo. However, he seemed unfazed, assuring her, "Let's go inside the manor." Lucia, short of words, blushed as Duke Hugo smirked, carrying her past the court lady who remained a silent witness to the scene. Upon reaching Lucia's room, they found maids waiting to assist her in changing her attire. Lucia was surprised at the sudden attention, realizing that they now recognized her as an important guest. She pondered when the maids had arrived, musing that perhaps they were trying to alleviate some guilt for not attending to her sooner. "I will be right back," Lucia informed Duke Hugo as the maids led her to change her attire. Resolved not to make an issue out of the maid's neglect, she decided not to protest the maid's sudden diligence. She considered her meeting with Duke Hugo the primary focus. As she changed her attire, Lucia contemplated the reason behind Duke Hugo's unexpected visit. However, she couldn't shake the question of why he had come in person rather than sending a letter or a servant to see her. Now changed, she walked to the parlor to meet Duke Hugo, still pondering his purpose for being there and wondering about the discussions that lay ahead as he just looked at her. The maid carefully poured tea into delicate cups as the couples settled into their seats, facing each other. Lucia couldn't help but marvel at their resourcefulness. The tea was finer than any she had had in her palace, and she wondered how they had acquired it so quickly. Observing Duke Hugo sipping his tea, Lucia lifted her own cup, savoring the anticipation of the tea prepared by a diligent handmaiden. As Duke Hugo inquired about her well-being, Lucia couldn't help but notice his genuine interest in her health. "Oh yes," Lucia responded with a smile. "He treats me courteously when others are around," she mused inwardly, giggling to herself. Duke Hugo, seemingly oblivious to the unintentional humor, remarked, "I saw that you are healthy, at least." Lucia found it amusing how he unintentionally lightened the mood. Switching the topic, Duke Hugo leaned in and spoke in a more serious tone, "Anyway, I have something important to discuss. Please ask the court ladies to leave and keep only your trusted handmaidens." Lucia caught the gravity of his request. "Oh," she exclaimed, realizing the significance. "I don't have handmaidens at the moment," she confessed. Duke Hugo appeared puzzled. "Are they all out?" he inquired after Lucia had instructed every handmaiden to leave, granting them the privacy they needed. Lucia nodded in confirmation. Without further delay, Duke Hugo proposed, "If it's all right with you, would you like to go for a walk with me?" Lucia agreed, and together they stepped outside into the peaceful, beautiful weather. During their stroll, Duke Hugo couldn't help but question Lucia about her involvement in the handmaiden's duties and her freedom to move in and out of the palace with a permission letter. As they continued their conversation, the atmosphere remained calm, with no need for embellishments. "Do you mistake yourself for a handmaiden?" Duke Hugo inquired as they strolled through the palace grounds. "There is no one else to do it," Lucia responded matter-of-factly. Curious, Duke Hugo probed further, "What do the handmaidens do?" Lucia somewhat shyly admitted, the truth is I live here by myself. Perplexed, Duke Hugo halted their walk, turning to look at Lucia. You don't have handmaidens? He asked, seeking confirmation. No, Lucia replied simply. You live alone in this side palace? Duke Hugo sought clarification once more. Yes, Lucia affirmed. The cooking? The cleaning? All done by yourself? Duke Hugo's surprise and a hint of anger were evident. Yes, Lucia said, smiling. It's not that difficult. I don't look after anyone else, just myself. Proud of her independence, Lucia shared, since when? It's been a few years, Lucia revealed. Astonishing, Duke Hugo remarked, struggling to comprehend the situation. As they continued their walk, he mulled over Fabien's report, realizing that the absence of residing handmaidens meant exactly what Lucia was confessing. I thought it meant that she was a picky person who frequently brought in new handmaidens. I didn't imagine she actually had none. Though she is a princess without much influence, she is royalty, and she must be treated as royalty, but she has been a royal living on her own this whole time, he thought. Duke Hugo couldn't find words. Recalling the first day he saw Lucia at the banquet hall, he remembered her wearing only a plain dress without any accessories, a stark contrast to the elaborate attire others wore during such festivities. He hadn't imagined that Lucia, despite her royal status, had been living on her own. Silent and contemplative, Duke Hugo realized the significance of Lucia's actions. Her solo proposal, the seemingly sloppy terms of the contract, the look in her eyes when she spoke to him and the desperation in her eyes all fell into place. Now it all makes sense, Duke Hugo concluded, understanding the challenges Lucia had faced on her own. Though Lucia may not have outwardly shown it, there was likely an undercurrent of misery beneath her composed exterior. A forgotten princess living in solitude within a remote part of the palace. Facing Duke Hugo, Lucia responded to his query, "What's the important thing you wanted to talk about?" "I have received permission from His Majesty to marry you this morning," Duke Hugo disclosed. "I'll inform you of the exact date when it's set. It will be in less than a month." "So soon?" she thought. "You handle things very quickly," Lucia exclaimed, surprised by the swift development. As Duke Hugo walked ahead, he addressed the matter of her handmaidens. "I'll look into it," he assured her. "Please don't. They will be held responsible regardless. If you get involved, the punishment will be more severe." "I don't want that," Lucia pleaded with Duke Hugo. "You are being needlessly forgiving," he remarked. "Perhaps, but I liked being alone. I felt free, and in the end, it's good for your highness too," Lucia explained. "For me?" Duke Hugo asked in disbelief. "This marriage, I'm guessing you were at least satisfied with it to move so quickly?" "If I were a well-behaved princess locked up in a palace, I would not have dreamed of asking you to marry me," Lucia confessed with a smile. Realizing the validity of her point, Duke Hugo turned and kissed Lucia. Startled, she exclaimed, almost yelling, but covered her mouth, blushing from the unexpected gesture. Backing away, Duke Hugo finally acknowledged to himself that Lucia was strong and would make a good lady of the house, smiling at the thought. Duke Hugo strolled along the estate grounds, sharing his plans with Lucia, who walked behind him. "I'm planning to go north as soon as we get married and stay there for a while," he mentioned casually. "Oh yes, north," Lucia replied quietly to herself. Duke Taran's territory is in the north. Its lands are vast and barren but are always at war. "That's where I will be going," Lucia thought to herself, feeling a bit uneasy about the prospect. Duke Hugo brought up the topic of their wedding, proposing an informal ceremony. "What do you think?" he inquired, seeking Lucia's opinion. "Yes. That sounds good," Lucia responded with enthusiasm. She didn't want her father, whom she had never seen before, to walk her down the aisle. The only person she wanted to attend her wedding was Norman, a commoner who wouldn't be able to make it. "Oh, Your Excellency, I have a favor to ask of you," Lucia said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. She handed Duke Hugo a letter she had prepared for Norman explaining, "I just need you to give this to the novelist." Duke Hugo, taking the letter, asked, "So I just need to give this letter to the novelist?" "Yes," Lucia confirmed. Though it seemed like a small favor, she was evidently anxious about it. "Thank you for doing this for me, Your Excellency." "You are much nicer than I thought," Lucia said excitedly. Reflecting on her choice of words, Lucia quickly added, "I mean, you are as nice as I thought." She apologized quickly, realizing she might have come across the wrong way. She must have thought I am some impudent villain or something, Duke Hugo thought inwardly. Well, at least she isn't scared of me, he concluded, leaving Lucia to wonder why she had said what she said. "I must get going," Duke Hugo informed Lucia. "Oh yes," she replied. "After I go back, there will be many guests coming to see you. Word will quickly spread that I was here. People seeking me will take an interest in you. So don't go talking around and stay put. And don't just meet anyone coming to see you," Duke Hugo warned Lucia with a stern expression. Lucia wondered why the Duke expressed everything so bluntly. "You should move elsewhere," Duke Hugo continued. "It's too secluded here and not secure. It won't take long to move elsewhere. Since I came by, His Majesty will take care of it himself," he assured Lucia once more. "Yes, all right," Lucia said with a hint of sadness. She kept silent, remembering her father, the king. She did not ask about him, surprising Duke Hugo. He recalled his meeting with the king when he requested Lucia's hand in marriage. "You want to marry my 16th daughter?" the king asked before bursting into laughter. "She is very precious to me," he added after he finished laughing. "So the bride price will be quite expensive," the king informed Duke Hugo. Throughout their conversation, the king struggled to recall Lucia's name, Vivien. The king's staff were likely still searching to discover who Lucia was. Yet here she was looking happy beside him. "Anything else?" Lucia asked. Having nothing else to discuss as he grins, Duke Hugo excused himself from Lucia to attend to other matters in his manor. Back at his palace, Vivien shouted, "Honestly, where have you been? I told you not to go out without us. Is it that hard to just tell us where you are going?" Vivien nagged Duke Hugo. Duke Hugo sat down in silence, choosing not to answer any of Vivien's questions. Bowing respectfully, Vivien expressed that if Duke Hugo had informed him of his plans, he would have gladly escorted him. Duke Hugo calmly informed him that he had been at the palace. "What?" Vivien exclaimed in surprise. Despite the numerous issues that arose since Duke Hugo became close to the crown prince, who was considered an enemy, Duke Hugo had still chosen to go to the palace alone. Vivien couldn't fathom everything he had just heard. "Did you go see the crown prince?" Vivien asked, his tone a mix of amusement and anger. Duke Hugo, lost in thought, replied, "Oh, I should have while I was there." Puzzled by the Duke's words, Vivien interjected, "If you didn't go see the crown prince, what were you?" Before Vivien could inquire further about Duke Hugo's visit to the palace, Duke Hugo interrupted him, revealing that he was getting married. "I went to seek permission from His Majesty," he added. Vivien, unable to believe his ears, knew he couldn't yell at the Duke as he attempted to calm himself. Trembling, he inquired, "With the princess?" "Yes, within a month," Duke Hugo confirmed. Vivien was bewildered. "Don't send word home, I don't want them all coming here." "I'm heading north right after the wedding," Duke Hugo informed Vivien. "We have an island with a mine, right? Use that for the bride price." Duke Hugo instructed him to use the Duke Taran's island, located in the Saint Islands, which had a diamond mine. "Your Highness, that is way too much," Vivien exclaimed. "I've already made the deal with the king," Duke Hugo informed Vivien. "I'm not having a big wedding, we will have an informal one," he revealed. A duke and a princess getting married without a formal wedding? It's not even war times and he's having an informal wedding. Vivien pondered, feeling a strange unease about everything he had heard. Knowing that the Taran land bordered a troublesome savage tribe leading to constant instability and endless battles, Vivien considered the possibility that Duke Hugo might use this as an excuse for urgency in the lands. It can't be, Vivien thought. Is something really going on in the lands? He questioned Duke Hugo, who wore a subtle grin. I'll give you some errands to take care of. I don't want to be bothered, so let's keep this quiet, Duke Hugo instructed Vivien. Yes, Your Excellency, Vivien replied, uncertain about what to do next. Vivien couldn't help but reflect on everything Duke Hugo had shared. The insistence on an informal wedding when there was no trouble in the territory led Vivien to believe that the Duke found a formal wedding too troublesome. A formal wedding would take an entire day. The Duke steps all over others without a second thought, completely lacking any consideration or humanity. He is self-righteous, and there is no one as arrogant as him. That is the kind of man the Duke is, Vivien acknowledged within himself. The owner of the Taran family was indeed a dictator. He is probably only getting married because he needs the registration. Poor princess, Vivien mused as he walked down the hallway. Considering that any princess who marries such a selfish and heartless man like Duke Hugo might turn to alcohol or try to fill the emptiness with luxuries and vanity, Vivien pondered. He was certain that no matter how miserable the Duchess would be, Duke Hugo would pay her no attention. Vivien was convinced of this reality. The following morning there was a gentle knock at her door. The door creaked open, revealing a handmaiden who peered inside and greeted her with surprise. "Oh, you are already up," the handmaiden exclaimed upon finding Lucia standing by the window. "Princess, the princess seems very diligent," she added with respect, proceeding to brush Lucia's hair. Observing Lucia's diligence, the handmaiden commented on her early wakefulness. "You are always up before I come to wake you up," she remarked, smiling. Lucia, choosing to remain silent, acknowledged the handmaiden's words with a thoughtful nod. The handmaiden then offered to help Lucia get dressed, and the princess acquiesced. During the dressing process, Lucia couldn't shake the feeling of unease. "These helping hands, I can't get used to them," she thought. The luxurious dresses, extravagant meals, and the absence of daily chores felt like a stark departure from her previous routines. She contemplated the sudden changes that occurred since Duke Hugo's visit, leading to her relocation to another residence. As she explored her new palace, named the Rose Palace, Lucia expressed admiration for its grandeur. However, the vastness of the palace seemed to accentuate its emptiness. The Rose Palace, traditionally bestowed upon women who earned the king's love, awaited its intended purpose. Running her hands through some barren rose bushes, Lucia learned about the palace's gardens, imagining the beauty they would exhibit in late spring. Regretfully, she acknowledged that she might miss witnessing the roses in full bloom. Returning to her quarters, Lucia indulged in some tea when a butler interrupted her solitude. "Princess," he addressed her, "His Majesty would like to see you." Confused by her father's sudden summons, Lucia wondered about his motives. "Why would he suddenly want to see me?" she pondered. "He's never asked for me once in his life," she mused inwardly. The butler delivered the message with a friendly demeanor, explaining that the king was unwell and wished for Lucia's immediate visit. Surprised by the sudden request, Lucia hesitated. Instead of becoming upset with her father, she politely instructed the butler to convey her wishes for his swift recovery. "Tell His Majesty that I wish for his speedy recovery," Lucia stated, maintaining a composed demeanor. The butler, bewildered by her response, sought clarification. "Pardon?" he asked. Lucia, with a feigned smile, explained that she, too, was unwell and unable to go out. The butler stammered, unsure of how to proceed. "You may go," Lucia dismissed him, still masking her true feelings behind a polite smile. Alone again, Lucia pondered her father's intentions. She realized that he didn't want to see her as his daughter, rather, he sought the presence of Duke Taran's fiancée. Sipping her tea, Lucia acknowledged the perceived importance of being Duke Taran's betrothed. Instead of becoming upset with her father, she decided not to seek him out either, expressing her silent defiance. Meanwhile, in a separate scenario, the Crown Prince confronted Duke Hugo, expressing concern about the latter's decision to leave for the northern lands. The Crown Prince emphasized the danger he faced, with people seeking retribution. Duke Hugo assured him of a proper guard for protection, but the Crown Prince, desperate for assistance, pleaded with him to stay. Despite the plea, Duke Hugo remained steadfast in his decision to leave, downplaying the importance of his presence. The Crown Prince argued that Duke Hugo's mere presence deterred potential threats. Duke Hugo questioned whether that was truly beneficial, but the Crown Prince, worried about post-war reprisals, insisted on the necessity of Duke Hugo's support. In a tense conversation, the Crown Prince confronted Duke Hugo about the ongoing struggles for the spoils of war. The Duke vehemently declared the spoils to be exclusively his, sparking a heated exchange with the Crown Prince. Duke Hugo contested the Crown Prince's ownership, stating that what belonged to him was rightfully his. The Crown Prince, maintaining a confident smile, declared that everything belonging to Duke Hugo was, in essence, his own. Calmly, Duke Hugo informed the Crown Prince of his plan to return in 2 years. Frustrated, the Crown Prince demanded a shorter duration, but Duke Hugo stood firm on his decision, possibly less if the crown passed to him during that time. As Duke Hugo prepared to leave, he dropped the bombshell of his impending wedding the next day, describing it as an informal ceremony so the Crown Prince doesn't need to attend. The revelation that he was marrying a princess left the Crown Prince in shock and confusion. As Duke Hugo exited the room with a sharp farewell, the bewildered Crown Prince was left grappling with the unexpected news. "Why am I hearing that Duke Taran is getting married from him, just 1 day before the event?" the prince said angrily. He immediately commanded his guards to investigate the matter, expressing his surprise and frustration. The Crown Prince, puzzled by Duke Hugo's choice of a princess, even contemplated introducing him to his own sister. In another scene, Lucia found herself unable to sleep on the eve of her wedding. "I can't sleep," she said, sitting up from her bed. Observing the moonlit night from her window, she felt a mixture of emotions. Time has gone by and tomorrow is the wedding, she thought. Standing on the balcony, she noted the unusually bright moon. Acknowledging some bitter feelings, Lucia resolved not to harbor regrets regardless of what unfolded in the future, as she have already done enough regretting in her dreams. She expresses her determination to move forward without looking back, having learned from past experience. Lucia had never considered Vivien Hesse as her name since the end of her 5-year marriage with Count Metten in her dreams. She had lived as Lucia since then, but now she had to resume her life as Vivien because of her wedding, as she signed the wedding certificate. Vivien Hesse, Hugo Taran, she heard the priest pronounce after they signed the marriage certificate. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." As they rode back to Taran's manor in the carriage, Lucia couldn't help but gaze at the setting sun, though it was only noon. The wedding had been a simplified, informal ceremony, consisting only of signing the certificate. Distracted by her thoughts, Lucia observed Duke Hugo shuffling through files. She had no regrets about the ceremony, but she pondered the absence of the traditional kiss that seals vows, recalling they had only kissed twice before and his lips were soft. "Tomorrow," he said, bringing her back to reality. "Yes," she replied, blushing. Duke Hugo, unaware of her inner turmoil, advised her not to shout. "Oh no, I hope he didn't notice I was staring at his lips," she thought, trying to conceal her blush. Overwhelmed by emotions, she listened as Duke Hugo informed her of his departure to the north the next morning, suggesting she could stay in the capital if she wanted. Stunned, Lucia asked, "Excuse me? What did you just—" Her speech was interrupted by the Duke explaining that the north was a boring place compared to the capital, suggesting she didn't need to accompany him. "I will be staying for at least 2 years, Duke Hugo informed Lucia. In response, Lucia was taken aback. "Oh," she mumbled, processing the unexpected turn of events. She contemplated staying in the capital, grappling with the reality of her new life as Vivien Hesse and the uncertainty that lay ahead. For a brief moment, excitement flickered within Lucia, only to be replaced by subdued disappointment. We just became husband and wife after signing the certificate, and Duke Hugo already wants to live separately, Lucia mused to herself, realizing the marriage held little significance for him beyond formality and necessity. It was something that had to be done regardless of who the bride was. Why did I expect anything different? Lucia chided herself silently. Despite the fleeting excitement, she knew deep down that her union with Duke Hugo was more of an obligation than a heartfelt connection. Summoning courage, Lucia decided to express her willingness to accompany him. I will go with you, she told the Duke as she chided herself not to expect anything, who remained engrossed in his files. But if your excellency wishes for me to stay in the capital, I will, she added, trying not to get her hopes up. Duke Hugo, without looking up, cautioned her to be prepared for the worst, then resumed his work. As the journey continued, Lucia realized she had developed a headache. The stress of the situation seemed to weigh heavily on her. Upon reaching the manor, a butler welcomed her. With a smile, he introduced himself as Jerome, the Duke's servant. Lucia couldn't help but express her delight. A pleasure to meet you, Jerome. The cookies you gave me last time were delicious, she exclaimed, recalling his talent for baking. Jerome was taken aback at first, before he graciously thanked her, assuring her that she could speak freely to him. However, Lucia, trying to maintain a semblance of formality, declined, stating that she was comfortable as it was. Lucia apologized if her manner of speaking went against the Taran family rules. No need to worry, my lady. You make the rules of the Taran family, Jerome assured her politely. He inquired whether she would like to eat first, rest, or be shown around the manor. Ugh, Lucia exclaimed, rubbing her head. Concerned, Jerome called out to her, but Lucia dismissed it as nothing. Deep down, she wondered why her migraine persisted. I would like to get some rest, Lucia finally decided, and Jerome offered to guide the new Duchess to her bedroom. After a bath, Lucia rested on her bed, pondering her exhaustion. All I did today was get married, why am I so tired, she wondered aloud. Well, I guess marriage is a big task, she thought. Recalling Duke Hugo's indifferent demeanor upon arriving at the Taran manor, she mused about the significance of marriage. Just for a little while, Lucia told herself before drifting off to sleep, confident that she would feel better upon waking and be her normal self. Awakening to a handmaiden's call, the handmaiden suggested having dinner before returning to sleep. Lucia asked how long she had slept, and she was told she had slept for 6 hours. Surprisingly, her migraine had disappeared. The handmaiden told her they were preparing dinner and offered to show her to the dining room. Curious about Duke Hugo, Lucia asked if he had eaten. The handmaiden revealed that he usually dined in his office when occupied with work, leaving her speechless. So that means I'm having dinner alone? Lucia thought, not thrilled with the idea. When Lucia finished her meal, she graciously thanked the handmaiden before embarking on a leisurely stroll around Taran's manor. Duke Hugo's absence at their wedding dinner puzzled her, and she couldn't help but feel a simmering anger. We're under the same roof, is it too much to ask? Lucia muttered, struggling to contain her frustration. She paused, reminding herself of her vow not to raise her expectations. I said I wouldn't get my hopes up, so why am I disappointed? Shielding her eyes from the sunlight, Lucia reassured herself that this was what she had anticipated, reminding herself of the secure home she now had for life. Interrupting her thoughts, a voice called out, offering to give Lucia a tour of the manor. Accepting the offer, Lucia and Jerome began their exploration. During their journey, Jerome cautioned the new Duchess to be careful on the stairs, hinting at the vastness of the manor, making it seemingly impossible to complete the tour. Curious about the history of Taran's manor, Lucia inquired whether the mansion had always belonged to the Taran family. Jerome revealed that it hasn't, as the family had acquired the residence only a few years ago, having previously not owned property in the capital. Who lived here before that? Such grand houses and gardens must have belonged to a high nobleman or a wealthy person, she asked. To Lucia's surprise, Jerome disclosed that many people had lived here before, and the Tarans had purchased 100 houses, demolishing everything except the main mansion. The revelation left Lucia realizing that the Taran family was wealthier than she had initially thought, gaining a deeper understanding of their wealth. "If you have any more questions, feel free to ask me," Jerome said, acknowledging her curiosity about the handmaidens who attended to her. When Jerome inquired if anything was amiss, Lucia assured him that it was not a matter of wrongdoing. Expressing her curiosity, she questioned Jerome about the handmaiden assigned to her, remarking that she seemed more mature and experienced for such a role. Lucia asked if there was a specific reason behind the choice. Jerome apologized for not clarifying earlier and explained that the handmaidens with her were designated for the one-night stay, while those in the Northern Territory would tend to her during her stay there. She asked if the handmaidens here had homes and couldn't leave, prompting Jerome to reply in the affirmative, and she asked about the fate of those accompanying her to the lands. Jerome informed her that the traveling handmaidens would perform tasks according to their age differences. Grasping the situation, Lucia felt at ease and thanked Jerome for the explanation. Jerome, in turn, held Lucia in high regard as a lady of the house. As night fell, the handmaiden offered to apply flower oil to Lucia's skin, believed to enhance its smoothness. Lucia found herself in her room with her handmaiden, thinking, flower oil? While the handmaiden worked, Lucia couldn't help but wonder if Duke Hugo would visit her that night, as she hadn't seen him since their arrival. Contemplating the situation, she reasoned that he might not feel the need to be present, given that he already had a designated heir in his son. Lucia speculated that the marriage was primarily for securing the heir's position, and it was wiser to eliminate any chance of her becoming pregnant. Lying on her bed, Lucia concluded that it was better this way. Despite her promise not to fall in love, she couldn't deny the racing of her heart at even the slightest kiss. "It's better to keep our distance," Lucia thought to herself, considering the consequences of going beyond mere kissing. Blushing and stumbling over her words, she abruptly jolted up from the bed, realizing she needed to divert her thoughts. Gazing at a peculiar painting on the wall, she pondered her duties as the Duchess. Social gatherings were not her forte, unlike the idealized Duchess she had dreamt about. Recalling her dreams, Lucia exclaimed, "That woman." Wondering about the fate of the woman who was supposed to become the Duchess, she questioned what had become of her since Lucia had married Duke Taran. Realizing the futility of dwelling on such matters, Lucia understood the harsh reality of her world and acknowledged that the marriage was essential for her survival. Noticing wine on the table, Lucia decided to celebrate her successful marriage with just one glass. However, she unwittingly finished the entire bottle, leaving her inebriated. Regretting her excessive indulgence, she felt hot and thirsty. Contemplating whether to undress, she reasoned that she had the bedroom to herself, and as the orchestrator of a changed future, she justified the impulse to strip down to her underwear. Now liberated, Lucia decided to hydrate herself with water in her sober moments. Unbeknownst to her, Duke Hugo entered the room in his night robe, finding his wife unexpectedly undressed. Perplexed, he stood there, silently observing the scene, leaving her stunned. As Duke Hugo entered the room, he was taken aback to find his Duchess, Lucia, unclothed. Startled, Lucia exclaimed, "Duke Hugo. Why is he here?" she thought as she inadvertently dropped the cup she held, which shattered on the floor at her feet as she flinched. Concerned, Duke Hugo quickly ordered Lucia not to move. Approaching her cautiously, he gently lifted her into his arms, a gesture that caused Lucia's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Again, he is carrying me without asking me," she thought as Duke Hugo approached the bed. Once he had placed Lucia on the bed, Duke Hugo inquired about any potential injuries. Lucia reassured him that she was unharmed and promptly covered herself with a bedsheet, still visibly embarrassed as her heart raced. Duke Hugo looked at her and couldn't help but comment on the irony, noting that Lucia had welcomed him in the nude and was now feeling self-conscious. In response, Lucia defended herself, explaining that Duke Hugo's unexpected presence had caught her off guard, as she had not anticipated his arrival. Duke Hugo, looking a bit perplexed, asserted that it was his bedroom and he had every right to be there. Lucia, shocked and mortified, revealed that the butler, Jerome, had instructed her to sleep in this room without specifying it was Duke Hugo's private chamber. Is it also the Taran family tradition for husband and wife to share chambers? She asked. The Duke, realizing Jerome's likely involvement, acknowledged a miscommunication. Well, don't get the wrong idea, she said. As Duke Hugo questioned Lucia about her habit of sleeping without clothes, she clarified that it was an exception due to feeling overly warm. Duke Hugo, surveying the room, noticed an empty wine bottle on the floor, prompting him to inquire about Lucia's alcohol consumption. Confirming his suspicion, Lucia admitted to having indulged in some wine. Upon realizing that she had consumed Duke Hugo's wine without permission, Lucia felt a pang of guilt. Duke Hugo, observing her flushed demeanor, remarked sarcastically, getting drunk, taking your clothes off, and waiting for me in my bedroom. What a convenient coincidence, making her flushed. Defending herself, Lucia insisted that she had been unaware the room belonged to Duke Hugo, emphasizing that she hadn't anticipated his arrival. She expressed doubt that every woman desired him and pondered silently about the Duke's perceived self-importance. Asserting herself, she mentioned that even if that was what she was doing, she has the right, granting her a unique privilege as she has signed a contract. Duke Hugo, still observing her, remained silent. Lucia, realizing her abrupt tone, and wondered if he doesn't tolerate people talking back to him. He apologized for his presumptions, leaving her stunned as he quickly apologized again, contemplating whether he should kneel in remorse. Surprisingly, Lucia responded, "No, I was caught off guard." Lucia, looking down, accepted his explanation. However, she couldn't help but express her surprise at the Duke's apology, as she had perceived him as someone who never apologized. Duke Hugo questioned her perception, wondering if it was influenced by rumors. Lucia clarified that her judgment was solely based on her observations and feelings. She admitted to expecting him to be commanding rather than apologetic. Duke Hugo, turning his face away, acknowledged, "No one has said such harsh words to my face before." Lucia defended her words as merely her opinion, not intending to be harsh. "Please don't condemn me for that," Lucia pleaded. The tension lingered in the room as the Duke and Lucia grappled with the unexpected turn of events and the honesty that unfolded between them. The Duke raised his eyes to match that of Lucia. He found himself captivated and thought, those eyes again, those earnest, unwavering eyes. She was like this from the start. Her offer was absurd, but I ended up accepting it because I was drawn to those eyes. I just couldn't look away from this genuine and determined woman. Silent and still fixated on Lucia's eyes, Duke Hugo leaned towards her. He said, "Now then," as she flinched. "Since you are the only woman who has the right to jump into my bed, why did you not think I would come to you? It is our wedding night after all," he said as he removed the bed sheet covering her. He left her unclothed. Lucia thought, "That's..." As she contemplated their next steps, Lucia was acutely aware that their union lacked the spark of love, and she didn't possess the conventional allure of beauty or voluptuousness. Moreover, she knew that Duke Hugo harbored no desire for further children. "You mentioned your immediate departure for the territories tomorrow," she cautiously inquired, mindful of the delicate nature of their conversation. Duke Hugo, speechless at first, assured Lucia that nothing would happen without her consent. Lucia, maintaining her calm demeanor, softly explained that she couldn't say no on their wedding night. Duke Hugo, marveling at her adherence to rules in the heat of the moment, questioned if she would refuse under different circumstances. Lucia replied, "That depends on how tonight goes." Duke Hugo warned her about the consequences of starting something intimate, emphasizing the difficulty of stopping once begun. He asked if she was ready, noting her apparent fragility. Lucia hesitated, her thoughts flashing back to her unsettling dreams of her wedding night with Count Metin. Trembling slightly, she remembered the horrors of that dream and how it scarred her perception of this moment. "It's not a matter of being ready," she said as she raised her hand, placing her palm on his chest, expressing her desire to avoid conflict. With seductive glistening eyes, she thought, "I'm not scared. With this man by my side." The room hung in suspense as the Duke and Lucia navigated the complexities of their wedding night. Duke Hugo gently kissed her hand before exploring her with tender kisses all over. He bit her and she screamed lustfully. "Your Excellency?" Lucia exclaimed as she blocked him from exploring further, but he insisted she call his name and abandon formalities in this intimate moment. "Pardon," she said. "I don't want to be called Your Excellency in bed too." "Just call me by my name," Duke Hugo asserted. "Your name?" Lucia questioned, feigning ignorance. Pausing his affectionate gestures, Duke Hugo inquired, "Don't tell me you don't know my name." "No. I do," Lucia replied in a startled manner, hesitantly whispering, Hugh," looking at him with a seductive look. A glimmer flickered in Duke Hugo's eyes, leaving her stunned. "I think I just saw a glimmer of something in his eyes," she thought. "Oh, or just Hugo," Lucia suggested, but Duke Hugo preferred the endearing nickname she had given him. "I like the other one," he remarked. "Excuse me," she asked, confused. "I like what you said before better," he remarked. "Hugh," she called out softly as Duke Hugo removed his robe, observing her expression. Duke Hugo responded, "Vivien," as she flinched, halting him from progressing. Surprised, Lucia blushed as she said awkwardly, "No one calls me by my name." "Well, you'll hear it often from now on," Duke Hugo assured her. "Vivien," he called once more as he smiled at her, eliciting a blush from Lucia. As Duke Hugo just stared at her, Lucia expressed her nervousness by clenching her hands to her chest. "You know you're quite stubborn, right?" he remarked. "When was I ever stubborn?" Lucia retorted. "Just now," Duke Hugo stated with a smirk. Lucia, attempting to divert the conversation, said, "You like to argue, don't you?" "I don't argue because I'm always right," the Duke asserted before capturing her lips in a passionate kiss, momentarily forgetting the tension between them as they both stared into each other lustfully. In a tender moment of intimacy, Duke Hugo guided Lucia as they shared passionate kisses. "You have to breathe with your nose. Wrap your arms around my neck," he instructed, to which she complied. Playfully teasing to set the mood, he whispered, "Relax. If it's not your first time, it will only sting a little," he reassured. "What if it's my first time?" she asked. Lucia, overwhelmed by emotions, trembled as the encounter intensified, his kisses planting sensations all over her skin. "Relax," he murmured, kissing her hand tenderly. "What?" she asked, confusion lacing her voice. Momentarily distracted, he thrust into her, causing her to scream as pain shot through her. She clung on to Duke Hugo as their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the sheets. Pausing briefly, Duke Hugo soothed her, whispering, "I haven't even gotten started yet." "What?" Lucia asked before being engulfed in a rush of sensations. This time, the experience was swifter and more intense. Duke Hugo marveled at the overwhelming pleasure, pondering whether it was a result of his prolonged abstinence or if Lucia was indeed extraordinary. "Every time I touch her, my body screams with pleasure. Her scent, her soft skin, her voice, everything about her makes me dizzy with desire." Her touch, breath seemed to electrify him, igniting a longing for a union that, deep in his heart, he believed should have occurred with her long ago. In the stillness of the night, Lucia awoke, her body feeling heavy with exhaustion from the remnants of their earlier activities. It dawned on her as she found herself beside Duke Hugo, who was asleep. The realization of her marital status brought a sense of security, yet she felt the lingering sensations of their intimacy, causing a warm flush to creep up her cheeks. Feeling parched, she attempted to rise, but found her legs betraying her, sending her crashing to the ground with a thud. The toll of their activities left her feeling sore, her body aching as though it had been through a physical ordeal. Confusion enveloped her as she noted her dry, clothed state, a stark contrast to her memory before sleep. Is this what married life entails? I couldn't have imagined this, she thought, her mind swirling with uncertainty. There wasn't anything in the books that indicated it would hurt so much. Of course that wasn't everything. However, she knew if asked how it was, she would say she liked it, but the idea of going through it again was daunting. The intimacy shared with the Duke both embarrassed and intrigued her, leaving her uncertain about her newfound married life. Duke Hugo stirred from his slumber, inwardly questioning her presence on the floor. Lucia's thoughts raced, wondering if others were having sex, unable to comprehend what they found enjoyable about intimacy. Confusion laced her as she pondered whether she was the only one who felt ignorant about sex, finding the topic embarrassingly elusive. She couldn't deny the faint thrill that tinged her embarrassment. Unaware of Duke Hugo's presence as he knelt beside her. As Duke Hugo gently lifted her from the floor, Lucia was surprised as she looked back and forth to find the bed empty. "Yes, it's your husband," he said to her, easing her disbelief. She stuttered, still adjusting to the title of a husband and the complexities it brought. He teased her about her apparent restlessness in her sleep to fall off such a huge bed, but Lucia corrected him, explaining her need for water and her sudden weakness in her legs. As she was still speaking, he stepped forward, still carrying her, to get water for her as he handed her a glass of water. Lucia's bashful gratitude shone as she accepted his gesture of water with quiet appreciation as Duke Hugo teased her affectionately, "Don't break it this time," leaving her blushing at his playful banter as she thought of him to be mean by making fun of her as she emptied her glass of water. Returning to bed, he placed her down and encouraged her to get more sleep before their journey. Lucia's tentative touch brushed against Duke Hugo's face as she apologized for the accidental contact, her fingers lingering on his skin. She then declared that his hair was tangled, unaware of the allure she exuded in that moment. Captivated by her seductive gaze, his resolve weakened and he leaned in gently, inviting a tender kiss as his hands roamed over her body. In that moment, she felt a connection that was both comforting and unfamiliar, causing her to moan softly, wondering if they were about to engage in intimacy once more. As Lucia was lost in the moment, Duke Hugo thrust into her, leaving her momentarily stunned as they found themselves on the verge of another intimate moment. However, Lucia was suddenly overcome by a sharp pain in her bosom. Concerned, Duke Hugo paused as she breathed unevenly, his attention fully captured by her distress. He halted their intimacy and gently inquired if she was in pain, noticing tears welling in her eyes. Lucia nodded in confirmation, though she blushed with embarrassment at the vulnerability of the moment. Sensing her discomfort, Duke Hugo immediately suggested calling for a doctor in the morning, but Lucia hesitated, unsure of how to explain her ailment to the doctor. Despite her protests, Duke Hugo insisted on delaying their trip to the north, recognizing her need for rest and comfort. Lucia, however, remained adamant, not wanting to disrupt their plans for her sake. "You said there's an urgent matter in the north." "I can endure the pain," she said. Unbeknownst to her, Duke Hugo's urgency regarding the trip was merely a guise to facilitate their informal wedding, only because he had merely wanted a private wedding and hadn't liked the idea of a grand ceremony, as there was nothing urgent in the north, a fact he kept hidden from Lucia to avoid any discomfort. "A few days won't make a difference. We'll delay the trip," he said to her, leaving no room for discussions. "Get some more sleep," he said as he tucked Lucia into bed, his tenderness surprising her. Lucia couldn't help but notice his caring demeanor, contrasting with her initial perceptions of him. As he prepared her for sleep, Lucia hesitated before asking if he planned to return to the capital after their business in the north. Initially evading the question, Duke Hugo eventually relented under Lucia's persistence, admitting that he had numerous obligations in the north and uncertain about his return. Stepping away from the bed, he asked, "Is that all right with you?" Lucia inquired if the crown prince willingly approved of his plans, leaving Duke Hugo momentarily startled, wondering if she was aware of his close ties with the crown prince and if she harbored aspirations for power. His response indicated that while his relationship with the crown prince wasn't entirely smooth, the agreement wasn't obtained willingly. Curious about his approach to decision-making, Lucia inquired if Duke Hugo ever regretted his choices. Remaining pragmatic as ever, he responded with a firm no, explaining his philosophy of not dwelling on what is no longer within his control. Clinging to matters that are already over is useless. Lucia clenched her fist as she admired his resolve. Despite her lingering doubts, she found solace in his steadfastness, realizing that once he committed to a course of action, he never looked back, though a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes as she realized his determination might also mean leaving things behind without looking back. With newfound insight into Duke Hugo's character, Lucia lay in bed, contemplating their conversation and their journey ahead. As dawn approached, the couple continued their discussion. "I think I'd better leave so you can go back to sleep," Duke Hugo finally said. Lucia, still lying on the bed, replied in a tired manner, "Aren't you going to sleep more, Your Excellency? It's so early." "I usually wake up at this time," Duke Hugo informed her, adding, "I told you not to call me Your Excellency." Lucia acknowledged, "Right, I'm not used to it yet, I have to get used to it." Duke Hugo suggested, "Vivien, I think you should practice not flinching when I call your name." Lucia expressed her discomfort, admitting, "That name makes me feel uncomfortable. Princess Vivien is like a stranger to me," she thought. "I still have to say your name," Duke Hugo insisted. Lucia pleaded for him to call her something else. After some thought, Duke Hugo offered various endearments like wife, honey, darling, my love, sweetie, as he stepped closer to her, making her blush. "My sunshine? Soulmate? Which one do you prefer?" he asked as Lucia, blushing, preferred her name. "I do too, Vivien," Duke Hugo agreed as he sat on the bed. Observing his playful demeanor, Lucia concluded, he is definitely a playboy. In her dream, the Duke didn't have any mistresses after getting married, but he might have had one or two lovers hidden away. Duke Hugo urged them to end their discussion so Lucia could sleep as he pats her. "One more thing," she said as he called her name, giving her the look of "I told you to sleep," startling her. She laughs at his frustration as he just sighed affectionately. "What? What do you want to know now?" he said as he caressed her. Just as she was about to drift off, Lucia asked, "How many hours of sleep do you usually get?" 3 or 4, that's all," Duke Hugo replied. Concerned, Lucia commented, "I'm sorry, I don't think I could do that. I might die if I only got 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day." Duke Hugo reassured her, "Who asked you to do that? You don't need to. So don't worry and sleep," to which she concurred. Apologizing seductively for bothering him, Duke Hugo was speechless by her seductive look as Lucia drifted off to sleep. Looking so peaceful as she slept, Duke Hugo leaned forward and gently kissed her cheek and whispered to her ear, "You didn't bother me at all." He found Lucia fascinating, pondering why he was drawn to her. Was it because she grew up with commoners or didn't live like other royalty? Her clear eyes captivated him like no other. Yet he couldn't shake the thought, just like any other human, that even those eyes might one day cloud with greed. Interrupting their moment, Vivien approached with an urgent telegram from the north. Duke Hugo read it in silence, his expression shifting. "I should have been careful what I wished for, now there really are problems in the north," he mused inwardly. Addressing his subordinate, he said, "I know I've been away for a long time, but how could they be so stupid?" he questioned, his frustration evident. Addressing the room, Duke Hugo continued, "As long as they know their place, do I not treat them fairly?" His words hung heavy in the air as the others remained silent. "Vivien, send word to the north right away that I'm coming. I'll take this chance to go around the lands," he declared, a hint of determination in his tone as he crumpled the letter. Leaving the manor, Duke Hugo instructed Jerome to escort Lucia and call a doctor. Jerome inquired if Lucia was ill, but Duke Hugo assured him otherwise, adding, "If the lady wakes and says she needs a doctor, then call for one." He emphasized the need for a female doctor, surprising Jerome. As Duke Hugo mounted his horse, he reminded Jerome to treat Lucia with respect, leaving him stunned, to which Jerome nodded obediently. As Duke Hugo galloped away, Jerome, left alone, pondered the Duke's words as he murmured, "The Lady of Taran," questioning if he was reading too much into the Duke's words. "I guess I will find out as time goes by," he concluded, contemplating the intricacies of his employer's instructions. Roy strode through the corridors of Duke Hugo's mansion, his frustration evident on his face. "He can't do this. He can't do this," he muttered to himself as he approached the guard room. Pushing open the door, he exclaimed, "He can't do this." "Why aren't you with the Crown Prince?" one of the guards questioned, puzzled by his presence. Roy brushed off the inquiry, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. Who cares? I haven't agreed to that yet, he snapped, evading the guard's query, prompting a flashback to the source of his discontent. I've agreed to leave a reliable guard with the Crown Prince while I'm up in the north, Duke Hugo announced as he flipped through a file. Roy Croton, you will do your best to uphold your duty, he instructed. No, he objected firmly. You will do it, Duke Hugo commanded. No, he persisted. I want to go too. I'm going to follow your excellency. Why should I be the only one left in the capital? Roy protested, his tone resembling that of a child denied a treat as he caused a scene. I want to go too, he continued, leaving the Duke momentarily speechless. In an attempt to quell Roy's outburst, Duke Hugo resorted to physical means, delivering a swift blow to calm him down, marking the end of the flashback. The Duke has already given his orders. You'd better get back. You can't leave the person you are supposed to guard, advised Dean Hiva, one of Duke Taran's knights, his tone firm and practical. I heard there's trouble in the north. I'm going to miss out on the fun, Roy complained bitterly. You call that fun? Dean Hiva challenged. It's 100 times better than trailing the Crown Prince all day, Roy declared, weighing his options carefully. I'll follow on my own if I have to, he added defiantly, his resolve unwavering. You're out of your mind. If the Duke catches you, you're finished, Dean Hiva warned, urging Roy not to act impulsively. Roy chuckled at the notion. The Duke wouldn't kill me. He might give me a good beating though, he admitted with a cocky smile. Dean Hiva didn't see Roy's confrontations with the Duke as something to boast about. You're always challenging the Duke even though it lands you in so much trouble. You've got perseverance, I'll give you that. But this time I don't think you'll come out unscathed, he cautioned, hoping to deter Roy from his reckless intentions. Roy, curious, asked why Dean Hiva was still at the manor instead of accompanying the Duke. I'm escorting the lady to the north, Dean Hiva explained. Oh, that's right, the Duke got married, Roy remarked casually. I don't know much about the lady, but I heard she is a princess. I am not comfortable around noblewomen. I'm a bit worried, Hiva admitted to Roy, his tone indicating his discomfort. Roy smiled as he recalled his initial encounter with Lucia at the palace gate. You'll be fine, he reassured Dean Hiva. Have you met the lady? Dean Hiva inquired. Well, not really, but I have a feeling it'll all work out, Roy replied confidently, his grin aimed at easing Dean Hiva's concerns. Speechless at first, Hiva laughed out, saying, Okay, I trust your hunch. Anyway, let it go and get back to the prince. If the butler sees you. Dean Hiva warned, trailing off abruptly. Unaware of Jerome's presence, Roy said, Jerome is pretty intimidating. Sometimes even scarier than the Duke himself. Thank you so much for saying that, Jerome interjected with a short smile, catching Roy off guard. Dean Hiva hastily made an excuse to leave the room, leaving Roy to face Jerome alone. Sir Roy Croton, Jerome addressed him, his tone carrying a hint of amusement as screams were heard. Meanwhile, Lucia woke up later in the day still feeling some residual pain in her body. Wondering about the time after her extended sleep, Lucia heard a knock on her door and granted entry to the handmaiden. The handmaiden inquired whether Lucia desired breakfast before resuming her rest. Lucia requested something light that she could enjoy in bed, and the handmaiden agreed to prepare it promptly. Curious about the Duke's whereabouts, Lucia inquired of the handmaiden. He departed for the north early this morning, came the response, leaving Lucia surprised by his absence. The handmaiden informed Lucia of Jerome's presence, mentioning that he wished to speak with her. Lucia decided to meet with Jerome after her meal. How are you feeling, my lady? Jerome inquired as Lucia arrived. He relayed Duke Hugo's suggestion for Lucia to summon a doctor if needed, but Lucia declined, insisting she was fine. So the Duke has gone ahead to the Northern Territory, Lucia probed, to which Jerome responded in the affirmative. Lucia learned from Jerome that the Duke had already set out for the Northern Territory after an urgent telegram came from the north. Despite the news, Lucia didn't display any signs of distress as she asked when they would depart. Jerome informed her that they were scheduled to depart the following day but emphasized that the master said there was no rush as they can go whenever the lady is ready. "Let's stick to the plan and leave tomorrow," Lucia decided, her excitement palpable. Jerome was taken aback by Lucia's sudden eagerness as he agreed to her word. He proceeded to brief her on the upcoming trip as he asked when she would like to hear it. "If you are ready you can tell me now," she said. Impressed by her, Jerome smiled as he readily agreed. "We'll depart from the capital and arrive at Rome in the north," Jerome informed Lucia. "Not only is Rome the name of the city, but it's also the name designated to Duke Taran's castle," Jerome added. He explained that taking the main road to Rome would be quite far, but they planned to use gates, which should get them there in about 4 days. Lucia's eyes widened with surprise at the thought of the gates. "The biggest reason the kingdom of Zenon owes much of its power can be attributed to the gates," Jerome continued, "which remained after the fall of the ancient kingdom of Mato. These gates could send objects to distant places, and Zenon boasts far more gates than any other kingdom. They're embedded in the earth, making them impossible to remove, which gives us a significant advantage," he narrated. Jerome then asked Lucia if she had ever used a gate before, to which she replied no. He then provided more information about their journey, explaining that it takes around half a day to reach the capital gate from the mansion. From there, they would travel to the northern gate, taking a carriage to Rome, a journey expected to last 3 or 4 days. There are only 5 gates in the north, so the closest one to the Duke's castle is still a bit far, Jerome concluded, smiling radiantly at Lucia. "I hope you understand," he said. "Right," Lucia replied. "So Jerome, as far as I know, not everyone is allowed to use the gates, right? Aren't we just traveling?" "I thought they could only be used for official business," Lucia asked Jerome. "Strictly speaking, that's true," Jerome replied, "but the capital's gates can be used for a fee. Also, if the Duke wants to use them, no one will dare say no." This surprised Lucia, triggering memories of her time with Duke Hugo the previous night. She realized his importance but hadn't fully grasped the extent of it, or even the fact that he was her husband. "Do you have any other questions?" Jerome asked Lucia. "No, your explanation was very clear." "Thank you, Jerome," Lucia replied with a smile. "You are very welcome," Jerome remarked. After a brief pause causing her uneasiness, Jerome carefully broached the subject of Lucia's health. "My lady, if you cannot move because you are not feeling well," he said, making Lucia look shy. "I guess I should see the doctor, shouldn't I?" Lucia said as she cut him off, seeking Jerome's opinion as she looked flustered. Later that night, there was no rule specifying that a woman must be examined by a female doctor, but since there were a few female doctors in the capital and it was uncommon for patients to specify their doctor's gender, it was less common for people to seek a female doctor. However, Lucia was an exception. The doctor was ushered into the Duke's manor. "They requested that I come early in the morning, then made me wait. Now that it's evening, they're finally asking me to see the patient," the doctor thought as she followed the handmaiden. She suspected the patient must be an incredibly overbearing noblewoman. The handmaiden knocked at a door before informing Lucia of the doctor's presence. The doctor knew it wasn't often that she was able to examine high-ranking nobility as she was called in. "I don't know how temperamental she might be, but this is a great opportunity for me. I have no choice but to examine her," the doctor thought as she was ushered into the room to meet the Duchess. Upon seeing Lucia, the doctor was surprised to find a cute lady. "The person I was so nervous to meet was just a small girl," the doctor thought. As she asked her about her illness, she thought, on one hand, I was relieved she was not the noblewoman I imagined, but on the other hand, I found her to be a lovely lady of the house. After administering treatment, the doctor left the room. "So, how is the lady's condition?" Jerome asked the doctor outside the room. "There is nothing to worry about. A good rest will heal her sore muscles. I've given her some medicine. As long as she takes it regularly and refrains from strenuous activity, she'll be fine," the doctor assured Jerome. Jerome thanked her. "So then, have you thought about taking the job as her personal doctor, Anna?" Jerome asked, smiling. Pausing to reflect on Lucia for a moment, Anna asked Jerome, "Did you say that I wouldn't be leaving the capital permanently?" "No, you will be back in a couple of years," Jerome confirmed. With a straight face, Anna agreed to Jerome's offer of becoming Lucia's personal doctor. The next morning, the carriage was ready as Lucia approached Jerome with her handmaidens. "Oh, my lady, are you feeling better now?" Jerome inquired about Lucia's health. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for your concern," Lucia replied. "This way, my lady," Jerome said, leading Lucia to the guards. "Before we depart, I will introduce you to your guards." "All right," she replied. "We are finally going," Lucia thought to herself, feeling a sense of anticipation. "It's an honor to serve you, my lady. I am the leader of this team of guards," the guards leader said to Lucia with a warm smile. "We will try our utmost to ensure your comfort and safety, my lady," he continued, expressing their dedication to their duty. "Thank you, sir. I feel safe with you," Lucia responded warmly, expressing her gratitude for their service. The guard leader drew her attention to an important matter, advising her against straying from Sir Heva's side in case of trouble. Lucia questioned his decision. "Why should I stay with Sir Heva and not you as the leader?" she inquired. The guard leader explained that Sir Heva was the most skilled knight among them, prompting Lucia's curiosity about his leadership role. "Then why isn't Sir Heva the leader?" she asked, noting her understanding that leadership among knights often depended on skill rather than age. Her words left all the guards speechless. The guard leader stumbled over his words, allowing Sir Heva to step in and explain his background as a common-born knight. Lucia seemed uninterested in his explanation. "So," she replied, indicating her indifference to his social status. Sir Heva seemed taken aback by Lucia's lack of concern. "So the lady might be uncomfortable," he suggested tentatively. "You thought I might be displeased if a common-born knight were to lead my guards?" she asked tentatively, leaving him speechless as he affirmed to her words. Lucia cut to the chase, expressing her desire for Sir Heva to assume the leadership position. "I would like Sir Heva to be the leader," she stated politely but firmly, disregarding any social barriers. Sir Heva was shocked by her request, but Lucia emphasized her belief that skill should outweigh social rank. "Social rank does not determine one's skill. I do not wish to break the rules of the knights," she remarked, advocating for Sir Heva's abilities. With Lucia's decision made clear, she asked, "So will you do as I asked?" Sir Heva and the other guards bowed in agreement. "Yes, my lady," the guards responded, accepting her request obediently. Jerome smirked slightly. "I didn't know the lady was familiar with the rules of the knights. I was worried you might be uncomfortable around them, but it seems I was worried for nothing," he remarked casually as he escorted Lucia to her carriage. Lucia chuckled softly in response to his comment. "Sir Heva is a very skilled knight for his age. He was knighted right away without a training period," Jerome informed Lucia as they walked. Lucia expressed her surprise, but only those who win a fencing match or horseback riding competition receive such an opportunity. "He must be truly outstanding." "I am more amazed by how much you know, my lady," Jerome commented as he assisted Lucia into her carriage. Lucia smiled brightly at his words, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she thought, "There is an explanation for that." As the carriage galloped away, Lucia's expression turned solemn as she gazed out the window. "Yes," she thought as the carriage galloped away, "there is an explanation," she thought to herself, her mind occupied with concerns. As night fell, the group halted to rest for the night. After the camp was set, Jerome informed Lucia that the area was secured and beckoned her to come out. "It's dark, so watch your steps," he cautioned her about the low visibility. Observing Lucia's pale complexion, Jerome couldn't help but feel concern for her well-being. "Thank you, Jerome," Lucia responded wearily. Jerome couldn't help but admire her resilience, noting to himself, "It must be hard on her, but she hasn't complained even once." "My lady, if you're unwell, would you like me to give you some medicine?" Anna asked with concern. Lucia considered Anna's role as the family doctor for the Tarans, as the Tarans must have a family doctor in the north, pondering why they had hired one from the capital. "It's okay, Anna, I'm just tired," Lucia assured her, declining the offer for medicine. "Thanks to your prescription. I didn't experience much motion sickness during the trip," she added. "Well, I guess there must be a reason," Lucia mused silently. As they embarked on a quiet walk, Anna noticed Lucia's silence and felt a sense of concern. "I'm glad she suggested taking a walk," but Anna trailed off in her thoughts, noting Lucia's deep contemplation. She observed as Lucia was deep in thought. "She seems lost in thought. I can't seem to reach her," Anna mused, observing Lucia's distant expression. Meanwhile, Lucia found herself lost in memories of her dreams. She recalled a time when she managed a small workshop that repaired weapons, catering mostly to knights. The tales of these knights deeply moved her, and she even fell for a charming con artist, ultimately losing her workshop in the process. Despite the loss, those memories held a special place in her heart. Afterward, in her dreams, Lucia became a maid for a noble family, and eventually she saved enough money from her wages to purchase a small house, longing for a quiet life after leaving her job. As she gazed up at the sky, Lucia marveled at the journey from her dreams to her present reality, a place that she never imagined she'd be able to be. "How far I've come. Truly very far," she reflected quietly to herself. For generations, the Northern Territory had remained firmly under the control of the Tarans. Known as the Northern Kings, the Taran family held sway over the region with an unspoken agreement that even the king wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Despite their autonomy, they remained loyal subjects to the crown. The Tarans did not demand their independence, they only kept their place as masters of the north and did not meddle in matters of the capital. 7 years ago, a significant shift occurred when the former Duke Taran passed away, leaving his son, Duke Hugo, to inherit both the title and the responsibility. Despite his youth and inexperience, Duke Hugo proved himself on the battlefield, earning widespread acclaim throughout the nation. However, not everyone in the north was quick to embrace him. Among some of the northern lords, resentment brewed against Duke Hugo's ascent. They questioned his ability to rule over the north effectively, dismissing his skills with a sword as his sole asset. These disgruntled nobles saw an opportunity, as they thought the Tarans had met their decline if they ganged up against him, as he would be no match for them. They planned to diminish the Taran family's influence and reclaim what they perceived as their lost rights. The Tarans controlled everything from taxes to the lives of the people. They did not allow tyranny of the lords. That made it easy for their subjects to thrive, but as for the noble families in the north, some of them felt they had been stripped of their rights. Pooling their resources and grievances, these lords conspired to challenge the Taran family's dominance. Their plan involved presenting a petition to the king, signed by numerous nobles, calling for the removal of the Tarans from power. However, their plot quickly descended into chaos when Duke Hugo retaliated with swift and deadly force. In the aftermath, footsteps were heard as bodies were lying lifeless on the floor, and Count Brown, one of the conspirators, found himself trembling against a wall, realizing the gravity of his miscalculation. Duke Hugo confronted him with a mix of anger and disappointment, revealing the consequences of his betrayal in his piercing gaze. Caught off guard and speechless, Count Brown faced the stark reality of his actions as he recognized the Duke for the first time. The new Duke Taran's presence left Count Brown trembling with fear. As he sat still shaking from the sight of Duke Hugo's blood-stained figure, Count Brown couldn't help but acknowledge that the young Duke was more than just a mere kid. "I haven't cut out your tongue yet," Duke Hugo remarked sternly, his gaze piercing through Count Brown's trembling form. "Yes, sir, I am Brown," Count Brown stuttered in response. Duke Hugo tossed the signed petitions onto the floor before Count Brown, prompting a wave of fear and shock to wash over him as he remembered his complicity in the plot. "Your Excellency," Count Brown began, attempting to explain himself before Duke Hugo cut him off. "During the 7 years I was on the battlefield, bit by bit, you have been steadily preparing for this," Duke Hugo remarked with a chilling smirk. Count Brown pleaded for mercy, his voice quivering with desperation. But Duke Hugo's patience wore thin as he questioned, "Can't you find anything else to say?" Count Brown still pleaded for mercy as the fear of death washed over him, but the Duke showed no mercy as he ended Count Brown's plea with a swift stroke of his sword. Elsewhere in the palace, one of the handmaids was retching as the other patted her back and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'll live," was the response she gave to her colleague. The two handmaidens discussed, relieved to have survived the harrowing carriage ride from the capital to Rome. Despite the discomfort of the journey, they marveled at their lady's resilience, noting her lack of complaint despite her obvious fatigue. As they reminisced about the knight's admiration for their lady, they expressed gratitude for her kindness and grace. One of the handmaids noticed the bubbling atmosphere as someone then offered to escort Lucia to her chambers. Feeling relieved, the handmaid said to her colleague that Lucia was being considerate of the servants as she smiled, feeling grateful to serve such a compassionate and noble presence. As they walked through the palace, Jerome expressed concern for Lucia's well-being after the journey. "The long journey must have been very difficult for you, my lady," he remarked. Lucia acknowledged the challenge but emphasized that everyone had found it tiring. She then requested Jerome to ensure that everyone who had accompanied them could rest properly, to which Jerome readily agreed. He informed Lucia that her bath was being prepared and suggested she wait in the bedroom for a moment. However, Lucia expressed her desire to greet the Taran family before retiring. Jerome advised against rushing to greet the employees, but Lucia clarified that she meant the Taran family members. Jerome explained that there were no relatives present in the palace, as the previous Duke and Duchess had passed away long ago, leaving Duke Hugo as the sole member of the Taran family. Surprised, Lucia thought to herself, "The one and only. But he certainly has a son," as she became lost in contemplation. Before she could delve further into the matter, she decided against it, thinking it might not be appropriate or that there could be a reason for the Duke not disclosing such information. She agreed to Jerome's suggestion of touring the mansion after her bath, reflecting on her curiosity about the Duke's family and resolving to be more cautious in her inquiries. Recalling the past with the Duke as Lucia relaxed in her bath, her mind wandered to the Duke's son and the odd secrecy surrounding him. Lucia couldn't understand why it was now treated like a secret, as she wondered what was going on. In the hallway, she hurried to meet Jerome after her bath, eager to unravel the mystery. Jerome courteously led her through the hallway, offering a brief tour of the castle before her meal, to which she readily agreed. He detailed the various rooms on the first floor, including sitting rooms, conference rooms, and the dining area, mentioning the garden accessible from the dining room's back door. Lucia's eyes lit up at the mention of the garden, but Jerome warned her not to expect much. As they reached the unkempt garden, Lucia expressed disbelief at its condition. "What is the significance of the garden?" she asked. Jerome explained its neglect since the previous duchess's passing, and how its size made maintenance challenging without the lady of the house, as it became too unsightly to leave it, "So we did what we had to do." Lucia questioned if the Duke had ordered its neglect, but Jerome nervously dismissed the notion, indicating the Duke's indifference to such matters. As Jerome declared they returned inside, Lucia called Jerome's attention as she would like to ask him something. She hesitated before confronting Jerome about the Duke being the only member of the Taran family, to which he agreed. "But the Duke has a son," she said matter-of-factly, prompting Jerome to feign ignorance. Lucia too asserted her knowledge of the son's existence. Jerome was visibly shocked, but Lucia laughed off his surprise, questioning his belief that the Duke would keep such information from her. Lucia reassured Jerome that the Duke wasn't the type to hide such important information. Jerome's expression shifted to disbelief, indicating his certainty about the Duke's secretive nature. Lucia expressed her expectation to meet the Duke's son upon her arrival, prompting her to inquire about his whereabouts. Jerome informed her that the young master was currently attending a boarding school and had been sent there long before her arrival. Assured that her presence wasn't the reason for his absence, Lucia questioned the Duke's son's age and when he might visit. Jerome revealed he was 8 years old, leaving Lucia surprised at his older age and pondering about the Duke's age when he had him. Curious about when the child will come home, Jerome revealed that he was not sure as he hasn't even come home for once since he left for boarding school, leaving Lucia stunned. She asked if the Duke had visited him at the boarding school, to which Jerome replied in the negative. This revelation left Lucia speechless, prompting her to wonder about the son's significance in the Duke's life and his reasons for agreeing to their marriage. Sensing Lucia's confusion, Jerome suggested she address her inquiries about the Duke's son directly to the Duke. Before parting, Lucia asked for the child's name, learning it was Damien. "Damien," she murmured. This revelation brought a glimmer of understanding and curiosity to Lucia as she processed this newfound information. Jerome approached Lucia with a freshly baked pie, saying, "Here is a freshly baked pie, my lady," as he placed it on the dining table. Lucia's face lit up with delight. "It looks absolutely delicious, thank you," she expressed her gratitude. Jerome, with a hint of concern, advised Lucia not to eat too much to avoid spoiling her appetite for dinner. Lucia, holding her cutlery, pondered aloud, "Can't I have this pie for dinner instead? I'm going to gain weight if I eat like this every day." As Lucia indulged in the pie, she couldn't help but worry about the extravagance of meals at the Taran castle. "If I eat like this every day, won't I waste all of the Duke's wealth?" she thought to herself. Despite her concerns, she found Jerome's pie quite delightful. Jerome, pleased with Lucia's enjoyment of his pie, smiled. She observed that everyone at the castle was kind and attentive to her needs, particularly considering she was a newlywed bride. Lucia couldn't help but wonder if their kindness stemmed from their concern that she might feel lonely or out of place. As Lucia sipped her tea, she mustered the courage to ask Jerome a question that had been on her mind. Jerome, I was wondering about something," she began, before asking if he was the sender of the breakup roses. Prompting Jerome to respond, "Pardon," as Jerome was taken aback, accidentally dropping the teapot in surprise, stunning them both. He quickly apologized and scrambled to clean up the spilled tea. Lucia reassured Jerome that it was all right and the tea hadn't spilled on her. However, she remained curious about whose idea it was to send the roses. Jerome bowed his head slightly, seemingly hesitant to engage in the conversation. After gathering himself, he rose as Lucia reasoned with him. "If I think about it, His Excellency doesn't seem like that meticulous of a person. I don't think he would have personally ordered roses to send as a breakup symbol." Jerome, with a hint of unease, began to explain, "My lady, the thing is..." Before pausing to take a deep breath, Lucia encouraged him to continue with a smile, and he eventually confessed, "Yes, it began on my accord." Lucia expressed concern about the choice of red roses for a breakup, considering it might be perceived as cruel, as he corrected her that it is yellow roses. "Yellow?" she asked, as Jerome clarified that yellow roses symbolize farewell in the language of flowers, which seemed to satisfy Lucia's curiosity. Impressed, Lucia remarked, "How did you know that? You must be quite romantic." Jerome revealed that his knowledge came from his brother's wife, who runs a flower shop. This revelation led to a discussion about Jerome's twin brother, Vivien, who serves as the master's aide, as she remembered a past scene where she met his twin. Surprised by the revelation of Jerome's twin status, Lucia commented on their dissimilar appearance before Jerome interjected, clarifying that they were indeed twins. Lucia reacted with disbelief, remarking on the number of twins present at the Duke's castle, including the chef and one of the maids. Jerome then unintentionally revealed that the master himself was also a twin. Lucia, intrigued by this unexpected information, inquired about the Duke's sibling. Jerome suddenly realized his slip and was taken aback by what he had disclosed. "Am I not supposed to know that?" Lucia questioned Jerome, surprised by his reaction. Jerome clarified that the Duke's twin brother had passed away long ago. The lady would have found out eventually, but no one speaks of it, so he advised Lucia not to mention it in front of the master. Understanding the sensitivity of the topic, Lucia shifted the conversation back to the roses, asking Jerome about the last person he had sent them to. Jerome, feeling uneasy, regretted deviating from the topic of twins. However, Lucia pressed on, speculating about if it was Lady Lawrence by chance. Jerome admitted to sending roses to Lady Lawrence but wondered how she knew, to which she told him she found out by chance. "Oh, but if Lady Lawrence was the last one, does that mean you have not sent roses to Countess Falcon, the lady he met after that?" she asked. Jerome replied that the Duke had not instructed him to do so, as he trembled at the revelation. Lucia, with a hint of jealousy, speculated about the Duke's relationship with Countess Falcon, prompting Jerome to reassure her that the Duke had not seen her since their marriage, as silence ensued. Lucia's sudden burst of laughter surprised Jerome. Despite Jerome's seriousness, Lucia lightheartedly dismissed her jealousy and thanked him for his honesty. Jerome reciprocated the gratitude, although he found Lucia's rigorous questioning somewhat intimidating. "Oh," and she began, but he replied instantly, prompting her to ask why he was so jumpy. She then informed him about the maid who had attended to her. Lucia requested that maids take turns attending to her, prompting him ask if she was unsatisfied with the current maid in attendance or if the maid make a mistake. To which she ruled out any dissatisfaction, stating that to avoid potential conflict among them, they should take turns, thereby preventing the maids from becoming divided. This showcased her wisdom and consideration for others. Jerome was stunned by Lucia's insight and admired her for her firm yet gracious demeanor. He reflected on the notion of serving one master for his entire life as he smiled knowingly and pledged to follow her instructions respectfully, as he was deeply impressed by her wisdom and compassion. As Duke Hugo made his way towards his throne, Fabien's voice cut through the tension. "Your Excellency, you can't just kill them all again. There's no one left here to work," he exclaimed, his tone fraught with concern. "Didn't I tell you to bring some people from Rome?" he asked Vivien. "Do you think Rome is overflowing with people?" "There are only so many people who can work," Vivien replied, shouting at the Duke. Ignoring Fabien's plea, Duke Hugo took his seat, his expression stoic. "There can be no exceptions," he stated firmly, his gaze fixed ahead. Desperation tinged Fabien's voice as he pleaded, "Can't there be a few exceptions? I've been bursting my ass tirelessly to clean up the places we've already been through. You absolutely cannot continue this approach, Your Excellency." The Duke remained resolute, unmoved by Fabien's plea. Vivien, frustrated and exhausted, knew he had to find a way to make Duke Hugo understand. Glancing at the Duke from a distance, Vivien recalled the recent discovery of a plot by the Lords, which seemed to have triggered the Duke's merciless actions. Interrupting the tense exchange, "Your Excellency, I have captured the heir of Count Brown." Elliot, the head of Duke Taran's knights, announced with a respectful bow. He was accompanied by two men dragging a bound prisoner. The prisoner, clearly disheveled and distressed, was shoved onto the floor before Duke Hugo. Elliot revealed the prisoner's identity as the son of Count Brown's ex-wife, who had been groomed as a potential scapegoat in case of the plot's exposure. Curiosity piqued, Duke Hugo inquired about the involvement of others in the scheme. Elliot confirmed Count Brown's penchant for scheming, casting suspicion on additional collaborators. Without uttering a word, Duke Hugo made a decision. "Leave him in charge of the place," he commanded as he turned to leave, surprising Vivien with his unexpected mercy. Overwhelmed with relief, Vivien dared to express his gratitude. "Really, Your Excellency?" he asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, the prisoner's response shattered the moment. "Kill me, please," he pleaded, his head bowed in submission. Duke Hugo's perplexed expression mirrored Fabien's astonishment. Despite sparing the prisoner's life and offering him the land, Vivien couldn't help but think, "Shut up before you create more work for me," bewildered by the Count's heir's unexpected request. The young man persisted in his plea for death, much to Fabien's dismay. "Why do you wish for death?" Duke Hugo questioned the distressed heir of Count Brown, his voice carrying a note of curiosity. With tears dropping from his eyes, he responded bitterly, saying, "I hate this blood running through my veins," as he pleaded once more for his own demise. Unmoved by the plea, Duke Hugo offered a pragmatic response. "If you despise it but lack the resolve to end your own life, then you must learn to endure it," he advised the prisoner. Confusion clouded the Count's air as he struggled to comprehend Duke Hugo's words. "Pardon?" he queried, taken aback by the unexpected response. Reflecting inwardly, Duke Hugo pondered, "Just as I cannot rid myself of the blood in my own veins," Duke Hugo sighed, leaving the prisoner bewildered as he departed. Meanwhile, in a different scene, two boys conversed about their names while lounging on the grass. "What's your name?" one asked the other. "Hugh," came the reply. "Hugh," the first boy repeated as Hugh corrected him, drawing attention to the similarity between their names as he said his name. "Hugh, Hugh," the first boy exclaimed, seemingly amused by the similarities when pronounced fast, as he called Hugh's name, leaving him angry. "You don't even know what that name means," Hugh said as Hugo asked what it meant. However, Hugh's tone turned serious as he explained the meaning behind his name. "According to the language of those who named me, it means devil or demon," he revealed to Hugo, who listened intently. Despite the revelation, Hugo remained cheerful, pointing out the resemblance between their names. "I thought I was an only child until now, but I have a brother like you. I can't believe it. Isn't it great? Now we're not alone anymore," he remarked optimistically. Hugh's cynicism surfaced as he cautioned Hugo about the dangers ahead. "You're so naive that your brain must be empty. Don't you know what the old man is planning to do? You or me, he's going to kill one of us," he warned, revealing the grim reality of their situation. Nevertheless, Hugo expressed his determination to protect Hugh, surprising him as he continued, "You can protect me too," forming a bond between the two princes that would shape their destinies. Years later, on a cold winter night, the bond between the princes was tested as they faced each other. "This is for you, Hugo," Hugh declared tearfully. Hugh declared his love for Hugo before sacrificing himself, leaving Hugo haunted by guilt and regret as he stared at his brother's lifeless body. Alone in his court, Duke Hugo contemplated the events that had transpired, his weariness evident as he made plans to depart at dawn. In the desolate, blood-stained court, he sifted through his thoughts and ultimately concluded, "I'm tired of this," he admitted to himself, bowing his head in resignation as Vivien departed, leaving the Duke to his thoughts in the silent hall. Lucia found herself intrigued by a specific tower within the Duke's castle. As she tilted her head to gaze at its summit, she observed the gate securely sealed with chains and locks. Strolling toward it, her curiosity piqued as she thought, "This place is always locked. It seems it's the only part of the castle I haven't been able to access." Turning to her handmaiden, she requested, "Why is this place always locked? Please bring me the key." The handmaiden, taken aback by Lucia's demand and visibly nervous, suggested, "Perhaps it's best not to enter, my lady." "Why?" Lucia pressed, undeterred by her handmaiden's evident apprehension. "They say there are ghosts in the West Tower," the handmaiden explained, her voice tinged with fear. Intrigued, Lucia's eyes widened. "Ghosts? Who has seen these ghosts?" "It's a well-known belief among the people of Rome," the handmaiden insisted, emphasizing the widespread nature of the tale. Reflecting on this for a moment, Lucia mused, "Well then, there must be a reason why this place is considered haunted." The handmaiden responded, "I don't really know the exact reason. But it's common knowledge that this place is haunted," conveying the rumors she had grown up hearing from parents and friends alike. Realizing she might not get a more detailed answer from her handmaiden, Lucia decided to pursue the matter with someone else. Later, when she encountered Jerome in the castle, she seized the opportunity. "Jerome, I have something to ask you," Lucia began, her tone a mix of curiosity and seriousness. Jerome, who had learned to anticipate the unexpected from Lucia's inquiries, braced himself. "Yes, my lady, what is your question?" he responded, trying to maintain his composure despite the unease that Lucia's questions often provoked. Lucia's query about the locked West Tower and its rumored haunting led him to remark internally on her penchant for unusual questions. "Yes, my lady, there have indeed been such rumors," Jerome confirmed cautiously. "But personally, I've never seen any ghosts." Persisting in her curiosity, Lucia asked, "You've been up there?" Yes, but those who ventured there reported unsettling occurrences, which led to the decision to lock it up, Jerome explained. Unsatisfied with the explanation of mere rumors, Lucia probed further, but there must be a reason. Why do such rumors persist? Jerome hesitated, his demeanor changing as he faced the gravity of what he was about to reveal. Because there was a tragic event, he confessed solemnly. Lucia, taken aback, pressed, it wasn't just an accident? No. It was a murder, Jerome revealed. Shocked, Lucia gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my, she exclaimed, her curiosity now intertwined with concern. Who? Why? How? She questioned, her mind racing with the implications of a murder within the castle walls. Jerome continued, recounting the mysterious event like a dark tale from the past. It happened before my time in service, but the victims were the esteemed former Duke and Duchess, he revealed. Lucia's surprise was palpable. Oh dear, to think such a thing occurred within these walls, she murmured softly. Jerome then disclosed the gravity of the matter. This is a secret of the Taran family, he explained. It happened a long time ago, and not many people know about it, but I believe the lady has the right to know, so I will explain, he offered. I mentioned before that the master had a twin brother, he began, as Lucia replied in the affirmative. The former duke feared the conflict over succession, Jerome continued, shedding light on the underlying tensions within the family. So he kept one son as his heir and abandoned the other. It was a horrendous decision, Jerome recounted to Lucia, his voice heavy with the weight of the past. He admitted he didn't know if the former duke had attempted to harm the abandoned son, but shared the tragic outcome. The abandoned son returned as a grown man and killed the duke and duchess, Jerome explained solemnly. Fortunately, the master was not in Rome at that time, so he avoided any harm. I don't know all the exact details because I was not here back then. So the former duke and duchess passed away, and the master inherited the title. Lucia's shock was evident. So the twin brother killed both of his parents? She asked, seeking clarification. Jerome elaborated, the former duke was his father, but the duchess was not his mother. I heard the master's biological mother died soon after giving birth, he revealed as they continued their walk. Reflecting on the tragic past and strength of the current duke, Lucia found herself deeply moved. The duke is very strong. I had no idea His Excellency had experienced something so awful. Yes, he is very strong, Jerome agreed, his voice laden with respect. Later that night, Lucia found herself unable to concentrate, the image of the duke lingering in her thoughts. Closing her book, she admitted her distraction. As she pondered, feelings stirred within her. Would he be annoyed if I said that I'm worried about him? She wondered aloud. Would it only trouble him if I think that I want to give him a big hug right at this very moment? Despite the uncertainty, Lucia felt a strong desire to comfort him, even if it meant facing his stubbornness or potential discomfort. Lost in her thoughts, she found herself questioning where he was right now. Was it worry or something deeper blossoming within her? Soft patter of rain outside the castle filled the air as Lucia sat indoors, enjoying a cup of hot tea served by Jerome. Has it been a month already? She pondered quietly, reflecting on the past month since her marriage to Duke Hugo as she sipped her tea thoughtfully. Memories of the Duke flooded her mind. Absorbed in her thoughts, Lucia hardly noticed the steam rising from her cup, her mind wandering in the quiet of the castle. I'm bored, she thought. Breaking the silence, Jerome gently inquired about her dinner preferences for the evening, his faint smile inviting conversation. Lucia responded with her usual polite indifference, prompting Jerome's curiosity about her serene demeanor. Observing Lucia's calm disposition, Jerome marveled at how effortlessly she had adapted to her role as lady of the house. Initially apprehensive about a princess assuming the position of duchess, Jerome's concerns dissolved as he came to know Lucia better. Suddenly the tranquility of the moment was shattered by the clamor of approaching carriages. Startled, Lucia turned to Jerome for answers, puzzled by the commotion outside. Jerome, visibly tense, struggled to maintain his composure as he peered out the window. The master has returned, Jerome informed Lucia, his tone strained as she jolted up stunned. Concern etched on his face, he cautioned her against rushing out to greet Duke Hugo. Confused by Jerome's choice of words, Lucia sought clarification, her brow furrowed in concern. I simply mean that I am worried the lady might be shocked, Jerome reassured her, his smile strained. Aware of the delicate nature of Duke Hugo's return, he urged Lucia to exercise caution in her interactions with him, mindful of his sensitivity. He will head straight for a bath, so it would be better to go see him afterwards, Jerome advised Lucia quietly. I see, Lucia responded, her mind abuzz with thoughts and questions about Duke Hugo's prolonged absence and the affairs of the territory. Snippets of conversations overheard from passing nights hinted at unrest and the involvement of the Duke in a recent incident. Is it about the native tribes? Lucia wondered to herself, nibbling on a cookie as she contemplated the implications of the rumors she had heard. Aware of the historical conflicts between the Northern Territory and the native tribes, Lucia reflected on the recent peace and the sudden resurgence of tension. How could I have forgotten, she mused, watching raindrops streak down the windowpane as memories of Duke Hugo's formidable reputation as a warrior surfaced in her mind. He used to be called the Black Lionel of the battlefield, she thought, casting a shadow over her thoughts. As Duke Hugo strode gallantly into the castle, Jerome greeted him with a respectful bow, his demeanor betraying a subtle unease in the presence of the formidable Duke. I am glad to see you alive and well, Your Excellency, Jerome greeted him, the staff lined up behind him as he turned and just stared at him. After the exchange, Jerome couldn't help but notice the transformation in Duke Hugo's demeanor. No matter how many times I experience it, I will never get used to that murderous energy of his, Jerome thought to himself, a tremor of tension evident in his demeanor. I have prepared a bath for you, he said to him. Acknowledging Jerome's service, Duke Hugo inquired about any developments during his absence, to which Jerome responded with a brief report, assuring the Duke of Lucia's well-being and explaining his decision to discourage her from greeting him immediately. Satisfied with the information, Duke Hugo instructed Jerome to convene a meeting in 1 hour, signaling his intent to address matters of importance promptly as he continued his purposeful stride through the hallway. Jerome bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, Your Excellency." Despite the absence of imminent threats, he could postpone the meeting upon his return. However, he did inquire about her upon his arrival, which is unusual, Jerome mused, recalling Duke Hugo's instructions to treat Lucia with respect as the Lady of Taran. I didn't misinterpret his words after all. I wonder if Vivien has reached the capital, he pondered, contemplating the potential repercussions of recent events, including the loss of lives, aware of the difficulties Vivien would face explaining the casualties to the king. As he wondered, it would be nice if the lady could soften the master's temperament, even just a little bit. Is that too much to hope for? At the dining table, Lucia sat quietly with Jerome beside her. He must be occupied if he's holding a meeting immediately after his return, even dining in the conference room, Lucia thought silently. I hadn't expected us to be close, but can't we at least dine together? She lamented, inwardly poking at her food, lacking appetite that day for unknown reasons. Is something wrong with the food, my lady? Jerome inquired, puzzled. It's not the food, Jerome. I'm just not hungry today, Lucia explained softly, a departure from her usual habit of finishing her meals. I will be excused, she declared as she rose to leave. Shall I prepare some tea for you, then? Jerome offered. No, thank you. I think I'll spend some time in the library, so I'll have tea later, Lucia replied with a faint smile, excusing herself from the table. Later in the library, Lucia finished a book. It's a bit dull at times, but it's all right overall. Perhaps I should explore more books by this author, she considered, using reading as a distraction. She marveled at the vastness and organization of Taran's library. If there were a library of my dreams, wouldn't this be it, she mused, finding a book she was looking for but struggling to reach it on a high shelf. If only there were a ladder, she sighed, stretching to reach it. Just a little bit more, she thought. As if in response, a voice spoke up, offering assistance. This one, a taller individual asked, reaching for the book on her behalf, shocking her. She realized, with a blend of familiarity and strangeness, that she had missed him and had been waiting for him without consciously acknowledging it. Here, he said, handing the book to her with a gesture that screamed awkwardness silently, causing her to blush. Grateful for his help, she accepted the book, quickly retreating to the opposite side of the room, her cheeks flushing red. "Thank you," she managed, stuttering. Internally, Lucia grappled with how to proceed. Was the meeting over? Had he just arrived the library? Should I inquire about his trip first? Her thoughts raced as her heartbeat accelerated. How on earth should I open up a conversation, she thought, while the Duke just stared at her. Breaking the silence, Duke Hugo expressed regret for not visiting her sooner upon his return. "That's all right, you must have been busy," Lucia responded, still avoiding his gaze. "Is the meeting over?" she added, attempting to grasp the flow of the conversation. "For today," Duke Hugo confirmed. Lucia remarked on the grandeur of the castle, noting its vastness. Duke Hugo assured her that with time she would become accustomed to navigating only the necessary areas. "Yes, I guess so," Lucia replied softly, closing her eyes briefly, unable to meet his gaze. Duke Hugo shifted the topic, mentioning hearing that she hadn't finished her dinner. Lucia reassured him that the meal was enjoyable, praising the chef's skills. "It's just I can't always have a huge appetite every day," Lucia murmured, her emotions swirling as she kept her gaze fixed on the floor. "Are you saying you lost your appetite today?" Duke Hugo inquired, his tone gentle but probing. "Oh, a little bit," Lucia admitted shyly, still avoiding eye contact. "Has someone upset you?" Duke Hugo's expression turned stern, his concern evident. "What?" "No, everyone is very kind," Lucia replied, still refusing to meet his gaze as her heart raced. Duke Hugo fell silent, puzzled by Lucia's behavior. Gently he reached out, caressing her hair, inhaling her fragrance before pressing a soft kiss to her hair. "Look at me," he requested, his tone gentle yet commanding. Initially puzzled, Lucia slowly raised her head to meet Duke Hugo's gaze, her blush deepening. Holding her hair, Duke Hugo locked eyes with her. "Do you feel uncomfortable when you're with me?" he asked softly. "I don't feel uncomfortable, just a bit flustered," Lucia confessed, her cheeks burning. "Why?" Duke Hugo's curiosity was evident. "I can't help being awkward, but Your Excellency doesn't seem to feel that way at all, even though we haven't seen each other for a month," Lucia explained. "Are you nagging me for being gone for a month?" Duke Hugo teased playfully, a hint of romance in his voice. "That's not what I meant," Lucia protested, flustered. Duke Hugo's smirk was evident as he continued to hold her hair, his gaze unwavering. "That's not what you meant?" he retorted as her blush deepened further. Releasing her hair, Duke Hugo gently tilted her chin, leaning in to kiss her deeply. Lost in the moment, the book slipped from her hand as she succumbed to their passion. Moans escaped her lip as Duke Hugo trailed kisses down her neck, igniting a whirlwind of emotions within her. Suddenly, Duke Hugo lifted her up as he kissed her bosom, eliciting a seductive scream. Carrying her to an inner room tucked away in the library, Lucia's confusion intensified. As he dropped her onto the bed, carrying her to an inner room tucked away in the library, Lucia's confusion grew. As he dropped her on the bed, her astonishment grew even more profound. "Wait, this is a bedroom in the library?" she wondered, having never noticed it before. Their passion reignited, Duke Hugo continued to shower Lucia with kisses, her responses matching his intensity as she moaned. Lucia's mind raced with the realization of their surroundings, unable to control the escalating situation. "Are we really going to do it here?" Right now, she thought, her pulse quickening with uncertainty. In the midst of the burgeoning romantic tension, Lucia interjected, prompting Duke Hugo to momentarily halt. Despite his inability to contain himself, he leaned in for another kiss as Lucia gently repelled him. "I said wait," she murmured softly. "First I need a bath." "I've already had one," Duke Hugo responded. "It's me I'm referring to," Lucia clarified, her cheeks coloring with self-consciousness. "I don't mind," replied Duke Hugo, drawing nearer once again. "But I do," Lucia insisted, her eyes beseeching. "Please, Your Excellency, I meant Hugh." Taking a moment to consider, Duke Hugo ceased his advances and assisted Lucia to her feet. Swiftly she exited the library, leaving Duke Hugo to voice his frustration alone. "My head is in a whirl," he thought, rising from his position. "Up until this point I've been unwavering in my decisions. Once I set a plan, I followed it through. According to my original schedule, I should be surveying the Northern Territory right now, yet here I am, having abandoned a 6-month plan to return to Rome." Spotting a book Lucia had left behind, he picked it up. "Her image haunts me at all hours, an incessant torture. Why can't she be dismissed from my thoughts?" he pondered, his tension palpable. Considering she had intended to read the book, he contemplated placing it on a table for her easy discovery, all while leafing through its pages thoughtfully. "I've always detested unauthorized entry into my library, yet her presence here stirred no anger in me. On the contrary, I found myself nearly losing all semblance of control," he reflected, recalling their near intimacy. As he sat pondering why Lucia alone captivated him so, he realized agreeing to her proposal of marriage was out of character from the start. "She represents an unforeseen variance in my life." Shortly thereafter, Jerome's knock interrupted his musings. Entering the room, Jerome confessed to permitting Lucia's library visit without prior approval. Curious, Duke Hugo inquired about Jerome's view of Lucia's suitability as a duchess. Initially reluctant, Jerome conceded that Lucia was well regarded, surprising Duke Hugo with the positivity of his feedback, especially given Jerome's typically reserved judgment of the Duke's romantic interests. "She is the epitome of a dignified duchess," Jerome observed, noting her respectful treatment of others and her clear communication of her preferences, devoid of unnecessary criticism. "Indeed?" Duke Hugo replied, taken aback. "It seems she possesses a knack for managing people, despite her youth," he thought, intrigued. Inquiring after Lucia's current location, Duke Hugo noticed Jerome's puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Lucia was indulging in a leisurely bath, attended by her handmaidens. "My lady, how is your skin so soft?" one handmaiden marveled, astounded by Lucia's smooth complexion. "Even without oil your skin remains silky." "It's softer than a baby's," another added, delighting in the bath ritual. Embarrassed by the fuss, Lucia felt puzzled, especially with the addition of petals to her bath. "If only I could boast half your skin's beauty," a handmaiden remarked, smiling. Despite the praise, Lucia harbored a sense of inadequacy, lamenting her lack of conventional beauty and figure. "I'd need the allure of someone like Sophia Lawrence to capture the Duke's attention, yet he even spurned her," she sighed, reminiscing. Lucia found solace in a dream wherein Duke Hugo showed his wife the basic courtesies at official gatherings. "At least there's the comfort of his respect," she concluded, somewhat reassured as her bathing ritual concluded and her handmaidens dressed her. Entering the room, the handmaidens and Lucia blushed with anxiety at the unexpected presence of Duke Hugo, who was seated in a chair with a glass of wine in hand. Lucia, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, wondered why he was already in the bedroom. As her handmaidens excused themselves with giggles, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of unease about potential gossip circulating the castle the next day. Duke Hugo's gaze fixed on Lucia as she approached, causing her to try to maintain a facade of calm. "I thought that my memories of our first night had faded away, but I was just being arrogant," he thought as he stared at her. "Would you like some wine?" he offered a glass to her. Accepting his offer of wine, Lucia hoped it might help ease her nerves, even if just a little. Downing the glass in one gulp, her reaction to the bitterness was evident on her face, much to Duke Hugo's amusement. Offered a refill, Lucia accepted, feeling a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she anticipated what might follow. Duke Hugo's gaze at her then intensified as he drew her closer for a kiss, eliciting a moan from her. As he took her hand to retrieve the glass while still kissing her, he inquired about her enjoyment of wine. Stammering slightly, Lucia admitted to enjoying it on special occasions, her words faltering as Duke Hugo's grin widened. Their intimacy deepened as they shared more kisses, with Duke Hugo's hand moving to her bosom as they both became more involved in the moment. However, Duke Hugo sensed Lucia's nervousness and halted their progress. "You're trembling," he said to her, leaving her speechless. Reassuring her that there was no need to be afraid and emphasizing the importance of her comfort and enjoyment. Confused by her struggling, he lifted her and carried her to the bed, his concern evident as he sought to ensure her well-being before proceeding further. She remained silent as Duke Hugo guided her to the bed, where he lay beside her, enfolding her in his embrace. Lucia, finding solace in his gentle touch, felt her trembling gradually subside. Duke Hugo, lost in his own thoughts, regretted his actions back then, sensing that Lucia might have formed a negative perception of him. Observing her vulnerability, he pondered over her typically confident demeanor and felt unsettled by her trembling. He wished fervently for her comfort and ease, realizing his newfound feelings for her were unprecedented. In their shared stillness, Lucia couldn't help but wonder about their intended intimacy, perplexed by Duke Hugo's apparent lack of initiative. She reasoned that his presence in the bedroom might be a gesture to maintain appearances of marital harmony. Despite feeling considerate towards her, Lucia couldn't shake off her doubts and insecurities. Questioning whether her previous refusal had influenced Duke Hugo's reluctance, Lucia wondered about their future interactions. "Are we not going to do it? I don't like that we are not doing it for some reason," she thought as she squeezed her hands together. Duke Hugo, roused from his contemplation, "You're not really sleeping, are you?" he asked as he assured Lucia softly that his intentions weren't to lull her to sleep. His response offered Lucia a glimpse of understanding, albeit leaving her lingering uncertainties unresolved. "Are you tired?" Duke Hugo asked Lucia gently. "I'm fine, but you must be tired," Lucia replied. "As soon as you got back, you had to go to the meeting." "I'm not tired at all," Duke Hugo assured her as he touched her hand. "I want to hold you." "Do you want that too?" he said as he kissed her hand softly. "What?" Lucia exclaimed, looking confused as she blushed. "I'm saying I want to have sex with you," he clarified, gazing at her with burning desire. "Was the first night that horrible?" Duke Hugo asked, showing concern towards her as he came atop her. "Well," Lucia began, then stopped abruptly, her gaze drawn to the Duke's sparkling eyes as he blushed. "Since he looks like this, somehow I feel like I've become an amazing beauty," she thought to herself. "It will be different this time," Duke Hugo assured her. Not uttering a word, Lucia couldn't help but stare into his eyes. "I can't trust you, you lied to me the last time," Lucia said awkwardly as she avoided his gaze. "I definitely said that it would hurt if it was your first time." Duke Hugo's expression turned sad. "You said it would hurt a bit, but it really hurt a lot," Lucia told him. The Duke's expression softened. "So, give me a chance to make up for it," he said, reaching for her hand to touch his face. He now understood that Lucia was quite delicate. "Do you plan to never do it again?" Duke Hugo asked Lucia as he was desperate to have intercourse with her. Lucia blushed and laughed softly, unable to speak. "That depends on how it goes today," as she finally revealed, feeling a desire to be with him. Duke Hugo grinned happily. "You really know how to tease me," he confessed to her. He took every step slowly this time, not wanting to upset her. He plants soft kisses on her neck as they slip under the sheets. Clasping her hands together with his, he enters her in a slow, rhythmic manner. "It doesn't hurt, right?" Duke Hugo asks, maintaining his gentle pace. Lucia, overwhelmed by pleasant sensations, closes her eyes and simply enjoys the moment. "If it's too much, tell me." "I'll move slower," he offers, the creaking of the bed growing louder with each movement. "Ah, wait," Lucia suddenly says amidst her quiet enjoyment. "Ah," as she exclaims, stopping his movements as she gazes at him seductively. Lucia's hair sprawled on the bed as she sensed this intercourse was different from their first, as both were entangled with each other in a way that felt deeper and more intense. The next morning, Lucia wakes up startled, her mind still reeling from the intensity of their intercourse. "I fell asleep without realizing it," she thought, feeling a bit anxious. The sun is already so bright. What time is it, she wonders, finding herself under the sheets with her husband cuddling her. Duke Hugo squeezes her lightly and pecks her on her neck, eliciting a soft moan from Lucia as he prepares her for another encounter. "Ah, Your Excellency," Lucia stutters, turning to look at him. "My name," Duke Hugo whispers seductively. "Hugh, let me go," Lucia says softly. "I don't want to," Duke Hugo says, resuming where he left off. "Your Excellency. I meant Hugh. It's morning." Lucia begins, her voice tinged with urgency, but Duke Hugo pays no heed, entering her from behind. Lucia, unable to resist, succumbs once more to the consuming waves of pleasure. "It's morning," she says, her voice trembling with a mixture of surprise and desire, but the Duke persisted. Lucia finally savored every touch as she surrenders to the overwhelming pleasure coursing through her, allowing herself to be consumed by the moment. As time passes, the afternoon sun filters through the windows. Lucia slept soundly after their second intercourse, her breathing steady and peaceful. Duke Hugo gazes at her tenderly, unable to resist the impulse as he embraces her gently, finally admitting to himself that he may have truly lost his senses in the whirlwind of emotions. Every morning, Lucia rises late and is assisted by her handmaidens as she dresses. She takes breakfast alone, often dozing off afterward. Lunchtime arrives soon after, and she may take leisurely walks or indulge in reading. Dinner is always shared with Duke Hugo, who consistently joins her in the evening meal. After her nightly bath, she spends the night with him, often feeling exhausted after their shared intimacy. As another morning dawns, Lucia reflects on her routine. Despite her weariness, she rises from bed with a resigned acceptance of Duke Hugo's fervent advances. "It's been about a month since he's been flinging himself at me like a beast every night. Thanks to that, the people who had always been kind to me now become flustered as soon as they see me. I guess there's no greater power than a husband's love. Since this happens every day, I'm not even embarrassed anymore. I guess this must be progress, but it's getting warm now, so I wish he would only leave marks where they're not visible," she thought. Lucia acknowledges that she could refuse Duke Hugo's advances if she wished, but she finds herself not entirely opposed to them. Admitting her desire for him, she gazes out at the neglected garden, contemplating trying her hand at gardening, realizing she has ample time on her hands. "In my dream, if I didn't work, I couldn't eat. So it feels strange to do nothing but relax every day," as she muses. Reflecting on her time as a countess, Lucia ponders the absence of obligations in her current life, questioning the purpose of her days after a lifetime filled with social events and fulfilling responsibilities. This introspection prompts her to delve into deeper self-inquiry. She had heard that other noble ladies spent their time arranging flowers or embroidering, but she had never learned such skills. As a 16th princess who grew up alone in a forgotten castle, Lucia lacked guidance in such traditional activities. Instead, she found solace in reading and taking walks. Jerome interrupts her reverie with an envelope, surprising her. "This is an internal budget," Lucia remarks, scanning its contents with curiosity and apprehension. "Yes, my lady," Jerome affirmed with a warm smile. This budget was not previously managed, so it took some time to write it up. Employment expenses and basic costs of running the castle are covered under separate budgets, thus not included here. "This is a new budget entirely at your discretion to plan," he emphasized. Perplexed by its purpose, Lucia questioned Jerome about its intended use. She understood that traditionally the lady of the house managed the household's livelihood, including expenses to support her husband. However, this internal budget was different. It was solely hers to manage as she saw fit, as long as she stayed within the allocated amount Jerome implied. That means, as she mused, it's labeled an internal budget, but in essence it's solely my own money, and the sum is quite substantial, she thought. The allocation of funds to Lucia was significant, signaling the end of her days of leisure. Though inwardly she groaned at the prospect, it resembled operational expenses for a business, underscoring her commitment to deliver tangible results. She acknowledged that the privileges she enjoyed inherently entailed corresponding duties, compelling her to demonstrate competence and effectiveness. Lucia outlines her priorities to Jerome and later shares her garden plans with Duke Hugo. She then asks the Duke if it's permissible for her to oversee the garden, questioning whether it was his decision not to plant flowers in the garden. Duke Hugo, carrying her to bed, reassures her, the garden falls under the authority of the lady of the house. You may do as you wish. As they retire to bed, Lucia discusses the initial steps required for the garden project. First, we need to hire someone to design and plan the entire garden, she suggests. It'll involve quite a few workers initially, so there'll be frequent comings and goings for a while. It might be a bit inconvenient, she warns Duke Hugo, preparing him for the activity. Do you need more funds? Duke Hugo asked. What? Lucia exclaims, surprised. I can increase your budget, but not by much. Since this year's budget was already finalized, I allocated as much as I could for your provisional budget, Duke Hugo explains. No, that's not what I meant. It's already more than enough, Lucia assures him. She reflects on her assumption that as a duke he could easily provide such large sums, realizing the effort he put into securing the funds. He really went through a lot of trouble, she thought, acknowledging that it far surpassed the internal budget she received from Count Mitten. The head of the house has the authority to determine the scale of the internal budget. If a husband and wife have a good relationship, the internal budget will naturally be increased. On the other hand, if the husband wants a divorce, the first thing he'll do is decrease the internal budget, she ponders. If I look at it that way, I guess the Duke is quite satisfied with me, she thought. I mentioned it because I was concerned you might be annoyed by the frequent activity in the garden. Especially since I wandered in there without any particular purpose, Lucia clarified to the Duke. She has never tended a garden, not even when she was a countess, the thought lingered in her mind. Gardens demand significant investment, and Count Mittens despised such expenditures. What if the Duke shares the same disdain? Lucia pondered, her gaze fixed on the floor. I told you the garden is under your authority. Hundreds of people come and go through Rome every day. It's not like there will be thousands and thousands of workers, so why does it matter? Duke Hugo reassures her. You can cut down all the trees, demolish everything and make a pond, do whatever you want, the Duke tells his wife, assuring her of her authority. You don't need to ask for my permission for something like that, the Duke tells her while kneeling. Lucia gazes at him, feeling a bit touched. I'm not sure what I can do freely and what I need to ask permission for, she confesses. How far can I go, she asked him. Duke Hugo reached out to her face as they lay side by side. He prompts her with a question, how far are you willing to go? Lucia, initially stunned, perceives an opportunity in his sudden attentiveness. This might be an opportunity. It's evidence that he's satisfied with me in bed. Surely I can leverage this to my advantage regardless of what I choose to say. But... Lucia contemplated. I'm asking you because I'm not sure myself. As you aware, I lacked proper education, so I'm unsure of the expectations placed on a duchess, Lucia tells him softly. She understands that greed would only lead to greater greed, potentially resulting in disaster. So I want to learn those things, she said to the Duke, resolving not to succumb to greed. She recognizes that as long as she is the Duchess, she is guaranteed wealth and honor for the rest of her life. There's nothing more she could wish for, Lucia reflects. You mean you need a teacher? Duke Hugo asks. I should have thought of that first, he reproaches himself. There are no elders in the Taran house who can advise her, on top of that she has no proper family of her own either. Of course, she has no opportunity to learn anything, Duke Hugo quickly realizes. I'll look into it, he said, making Lucia delighted. Thank you, Lucia responds, smiling, catching the Duke off guard as his heart raced. This is troubling, he thought as he sighed, feeling like a wild animal driven solely by instinct, leaving Lucia speechless. Vivien, Duke Hugo calls out seductively as he leans in for a kiss. This is really bad, she thought. Ah, Lucia's loud moans filled the room as she called out his name. With each movement, the bed creaked louder. Duke Hugo moved swiftly and rhythmically, lost in thought. I wonder why, whenever she calls my name, everything seems to blur, he pondered silently as their passionate encounter continued uninterrupted. Lucia breathed heavily as their intimate encounter persisted, her moans filling the air. Duke Hugo paused midway, his question directed at her amidst their shared passion. Do you enjoy being here? He inquired, his voice breaking the moment. What? Lucia mumbled amidst her pleasure. I'm asking if you've grown accustomed to living here, Duke Hugo clarified. Oh, that. Yes, Lucia responded curtly, her brevity leaving Duke Hugo momentarily speechless. Don't grow too attached. Once everything is settled in the territory, we'll return to the capital, Duke Hugo informed her, causing her to flinch. The capital? Lucia was taken by surprise. She knew that her father, the king, was nearing the end of his life. Her older brother, the crown prince, would soon ascend the throne. The crown prince shared a close relationship with Duke Taran. It was inevitable that if he became king, the duke would be summoned to the capital whether he wanted to or not. If that happens, my perfectly peaceful life will also be disrupted, she thought amidst their intimacy. When we go to the capital. As Lucia pondered this, Duke Hugo gently lifted her chin, interrupting her thoughts. So you have the luxury to think about something else now? Duke Hugo asked as he leaned closer. Ah, wait, Lucia pleaded, but Duke Hugo resumed their activities and Lucia lost herself in the moment, calling out his name seductively. When the time for their journey to the capital would arrive, Lucia dreaded the prospect of encountering the woman Duke Hugo was supposed to marry, the Duchess from her recurring dream. Rumors had circulated about their supposed contractual marriage, but the Duke never confirmed them. Perhaps all the rumors that I heard were lies and in reality, the two of them were passionately in love. Maybe I cut him off from someone who was precious to him. I can't stop thinking that way, she thought. During dinner, Duke Hugo casually mentioned Countess Corzin's impending visit the next day, leaving Lucia puzzled as she didn't know the Countess. Should I prepare to welcome a guest? Lucia inquired. She will be the teacher you requested, Duke Hugo replied. It's up to you whether to treat her as a guest or not. I understand, Lucia responded with a smile, though internally she found Duke Hugo rather aloof. Despite Jerome's tales painting the Duke as reserved and uncommunicative, Lucia hesitated to ask him questions, fearing his annoyance. Duke Hugo observed Lucia silently before divulging more information. Countess Corzin is the mother of Count Corzin, or rather, the former Countess, he explained. She's renowned as the godmother of high society in the Northern Territory. Widowed at a young age, she chose not to remarry and instead assumed leadership of the household. She's highly esteemed for her expertise in etiquette and culture, making her a sought-after teacher for noble families. Lucia's eyes widened with admiration. She sounds remarkable, she remarked enthusiastically. Isn't this a sudden request for someone like her? She must have her own schedule, Lucia expressed her concern. Duke Hugo cast a glance at Jerome, his demeanor awkward. Startled, Jerome and all the handmaids hastily excused themselves from the room, leaving Lucia bewildered. Why is everyone leaving? She wondered tensely as she was now alone with the Duke. It's not easy to ask Countess Corzin to do something even for someone like me. She's quite particular, Duke Hugo explained, stunning Lucia. She wouldn't even flinch if I pestered her own son for 100 days, he added with a hint of pride. How did you manage to get her to come then? Lucia inquired. Duke Hugo smirked. Let's just say I put in a lot of effort, he replied, his tone suggestive. Thank you, Lucia responded innocently, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he was showing off. Only in words? Duke Hugo prompted, expecting something in return. It can't be, Lucia murmured to herself, doubting his childishness. She walked up to him and gave him a quick peck. That's all, he teased, still grinning. He deepened their kiss as he lifted Lucia, placing her on the table, eliciting a moan from her. He kissed her more as she called out, "Eheu," pushing Duke Hugo away, her cheeks flushed. "You're not thinking of doing it here, are you?" Lucia stuttered nervously as he gazed at her mischievously. "Why not?" Duke Hugo asked, leaning in, but Lucia recoiled. "No," she stammered. I'll hold back if you give me a convincing reason," Duke Hugo said with a mischievous glint, unnerving Lucia. "It's not appropriate to do this in the place where we eat our meals," Lucia remarked, closing her eyes. Duke Hugo chuckled, teasingly asking, "Then what about other places? Like the hallway or the garden?" "Of course not," Lucia exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. "Why not?" the Duke pressed. "Because people might see us," Lucia replied, blushing even more. The Duke persisted, "Is it fine if there's no one who might see us? Can we do it in the hallway or garden if there isn't a single person inside the castle?" "That's—" she was saying as she thought, "that seems all right," as her face turned even redder. "If nobody knows then it's fine, isn't it? We've done all that stuff in the bedroom anyway, we're a married couple after all," she thought, her expression serious. Duke Hugo, shocked by Lucia's serious consideration of his offer, thought with a grin, "Don't know, now I really want to do it." He struggled to control his urges, trying to divert his thoughts. "Think about something holy," he told himself. "Anyway, I don't want to do it here," Lucia confessed. Duke Hugo happily conceded, unable to go against his wife's wishes. "You're going for a walk now, right?" he asked after the tension between them had dissipated. "Yes," Lucia affirmed. "If it wouldn't bother you, shall we go together?" the Duke proposed. "Okay," Lucia said, looking delighted by his offer. Duke Hugo was surprised by her change in mood. "I would have walked with her before, had I known she would be this happy," he thought. As they held hands and strolled around the castle, Lucia shared her plans for the garden. "I'm thinking of filling the garden only with flowers this year," she said. "Is it tacky to only plant flowers?" Duke Hugo inquired. Lucia admitted it might be tacky but explained it was her first time planning a garden. "Of course, the world of gardening is extremely profound," she said as the Duke listened intently. As they continued their walks, Duke Hugo found himself increasingly captivated by Lucia. He realized that he felt happiest when listening to her chatter. Recalling how she used to talk more and ask about various things before their first night together, he couldn't help but feel responsible for her diminished speech. "It's fine even if it's a bit tiresome," he thought, "so I wish she would talk more." As he watched Lucia enthusiastically share her plans, Duke Hugo listened intently. "That tree!" she exclaimed. The Duke was surprised when she pointed to a large tree in the middle of the garden. "Yes. During the day that tree provides good shade, so I drink tea under it every morning," Lucia explained. "It's been there since the castle was built, so they say it must be more than several hundred years old." "Is that so?" Duke Hugo asked. "It looks all right." "That should be the first place then," he suggested. "Pardon?" Lucia asked, taken aback. "You know, for doing it in the garden," Duke Hugo clarified, startling Lucia, causing her to blush. "What does that?" she was saying as the Duke grabbed her hand. He led her under the tree as he leaned closer. "Calm down or I'll really do it," he teased her, holding her waist against him. Under the shade of the ancient tree and in the cover of darkness, the two lovebirds found themselves lost in each other once again. Meanwhile, Vivien arrived, expressing his exhaustion after his journey to the capital and back. Jerome warmly welcomed his twin brother, understanding the fatigue he must be feeling as they hugged. "Yeah, it's been a while," Vivien replied, tiredly. Vivien, despite his exhaustion, expressed his intention to make his report to His Excellency before retiring to bed. Jerome, understanding his brother's fatigue, offered to deliver the report instead, cautioning that His Excellency might not return at any moment. Vivien, confused, inquired about His Excellency's whereabouts, to which Jerome explained that he had gone for a walk with the lady of the house. "The lady?" "He went for a walk with her." Vivien asked, surprised. Why are you so surprised? They are very close. They eat together almost every day, Jerome replied, astonished by Vivien's reaction. Really, since when? Vivien queried. Ever since he came back to this castle, Jerome informed him, cutting off Vivien's attempt to ask further questions. Vivien, undeterred, continued, since when did he have a taste for? Stop right there, Jerome warned, interrupting Vivien before he could finish his sentence. He never sleeps with the same woman more than 3 times, Vivien stated before receiving a punch to the stomach from Jerome. I told you to shut up. How dare you start a baseless rumor like that? Jerome reprimanded his brother as Vivien groaned in pain on the ground. I was just saying. Anyway, we don't even know yet. After all, that woman lasted for more than 1 year too. Perhaps he's just enjoying his honeymoon for a while, Vivien defended himself through the pain. Jerome wondered if Vivien was referring to Countess Falcon. Anyway, I should just go and sleep, Vivien said, making his way to his room. Tell him I'll report to him early in the morning. All right, just go already, Jerome replied, dismissing his brother. As Vivien departed, Jerome pondered on his words. He acknowledged that His Excellency had indeed been involved with Countess Falcon for more than a year, but she wasn't the only woman he had been seeing. He really is different this time, Vivien thought to himself. The next morning, Countess Corzin arrived at Taran's castle. Greetings, my lady. You may call me Madame Michelle, Countess Corzin greeted Lucia with a courteous bow as she introduced herself as Lucia just gazed at her. How distinguished of a person is she to seek an education on managing a household after marriage? Countess Corzin mused to herself. Countess Corzin recollected the letter she had received from Duke Hugo requesting a favor. Despite the polite language, she couldn't shake the feeling of coercion beneath his words. Squeezing the letter in frustration, she realized the potential damage to her reputation if she declined the Duke's request, particularly considering his well-known arrogance. It is an honor to meet you, Madame Michelle, Lucia greeted with a graceful bow, seeking to alleviate any discomfort caused by the abrupt request. Countess Corzin, surprised by Lucia's humility, assured her that it would indeed be an honor to teach her. As Lucia expressed her concerns about being a burden due to her lack of education, she led Countess Corzin into a room. When I heard she was a princess, I thought she would be quite haughty, but... Countess Corzin was musing when her thoughts were disrupted. Seated together, Lucia confessed her lack of proper education and expressed her doubts about her suitability as the lady of a duke's house. She explained how she had sought Duke Taran's assistance in finding a teacher, leading to Countess Corzin's invitation. I heard you are very extremely busy. If I have interrupted your schedule in any way, I kindly ask for your understanding. Oh, and please tell me if my speech or behavior are impolite in any way, she said to the Countess. Lucia's humility and genuine concern for etiquette impressed Countess Corzin, who reassured her with a warm smile. There is nothing more for you to learn in terms of etiquette, my lady, Countess Corzin assured Lucia, dispelling her worries with gentle encouragement. Countess Corzin gently imparted her wisdom to Lucia, explaining that etiquette is fundamentally about considering others and expressing sincere kindness. She praised Lucia for already possessing these qualities, noting her genuine heart. I am flattered, madam, Lucia said blushingly. Despite wearing a composed expression, Countess Corzin was inwardly glad she came, acknowledging Duke Taran's astuteness in recognizing people's virtues. Upon learning that Lucia had been married for 2 months, Countess Corzin encouraged her to engage in social activities, suggesting a small tea party as a suitable beginning. When Lucia inquired about the grandeur of the event, Countess Corzin advised her to start with around 10 guests, specifically suggesting the wives of the Duke's vassals. She also recommended consulting Jerome, the Duke's capable butler, for assistance. Lucia, impressed by Countess Corzin's guidance, smiled at the mention of Jerome's reputed skills. Throughout their conversation, she found Countess Corzin to be a kind and knowledgeable mentor, whose elegant demeanor and articulate speech captivated her. Observing the countess gracefully sipping her tea, Lucia admired her charm and sophistication. Expressing her willingness to introduce Lucia to her niece for further companionship, Countess Corzin extended her support to the young duchess. Countess Corzin, reflecting on her niece's character, described her as bright and unpretentious, noting that her presence tends to make people feel comfortable. However, she admitted with a sigh that her niece often caused trouble, leaving Lucia intrigued. Curious about the nature of her niece's escapades, Lucia pressed for details, only to learn about an incident where her niece had humiliated a friend's unfaithful fiancé by subjecting him to a rather unconventional punishment involving a pit of horse manure. Shocked by the story, Lucia's curiosity turned into a desire to befriend the countess's niece, sensing a kindred spirit. Expressing her eagerness to meet the countess's niece as she chuckled lightly. "She will be a very good counselor for you, my lady. Her hobby is giving others advice about love," the countess said as she grins. Lucia was surprised at the idea of the niece potentially serving as a counselor in matters of love as she was already married. Amused by Lucia's response, Countess Corzin emphasized the ongoing nature of love and marriage as she inquired about the duration of her courtship with the Duke before marriage. This prompted Lucia to reflect on her own relationship with Duke Hugo, as she wasn't familiar with the concept of courtship. In response to Countess Corzin's inquiry about her courtship with Duke Hugo, Lucia hesitated, revealing that she had only met him 3 times before their wedding. Surprised by Lucia's lack of familiarity with her husband, Countess Corzin encouraged her to share her honest thoughts about him. After a moment of contemplation, Lucia asked if she should be honest, to which the countess replied in the affirmative. Without hesitation, Lucia admitted that her husband is self-centered. Countess Corzin, though perhaps expecting a different response, was left speechless by her honesty. Countess Corzin pondered her limited interactions with Duke Taran. She couldn't deny the rumors of his promiscuity and perceived coldness, especially considering the tearful tales of young ladies she had encountered who had crossed paths with him. Reflecting on the recent marriage of the Duke to Lucia, she mused that perhaps she still clung to romanticized notions of wedded bliss despite their sparse encounters. "I suspect this princess married the Duke without truly understanding him," Countess Corzin surmised, her thoughts drifting to Lucia's earlier response that had shocked her. As Lucia divulged her observations about Duke Hugo, the countess listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "He isn't temperamental," Lucia remarked, sharing her insights. "He possesses a clear sense of purpose, unwavering once his decisions are made. Cold and indifferent indeed." Puzzled by Lucia's revelations, Countess Corzin absorbed her words with rapt attention, intrigued by the portrait painted of the enigmatic Duke Hugo. "It seems I may have spoken rashly," Countess Corzin admitted as she sighed. "Your understanding of your husband is commendable, my lady. It indicates that you haven't lost sight of yourself, which is truly admirable. It's a delicate balance to maintain, but you've managed it admirably." Countess Corzin continued, her gaze sincere as she said, "Giving your whole heart to your husband and relying on him excessively can be detrimental. If he were to vanish suddenly, it could leave you utterly shattered. This is the consequence of losing sight of oneself," Countess Corzin cautioned Lucia, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness. "Don't forget yourself," she reiterated inwardly, her tone firm with concern. Absorbing the countess's words, Lucia affirmed silently to herself, "I could never forget, even if I tried. I can never forget who I am." However, Countess Corzin continued, advising against excessive distance from one's spouse. "But don't be too distant from your husband either," she advised gently. "Maintaining an appropriate closeness is crucial." "An appropriate distance?" Lucia echoed, taken aback by the notion. "Please forgive me for asking such a personal question," Countess Corzin began, her expression serious. "But how often does His Excellency visit your chambers?" she inquired, her tone cautious. "Pardon?" Lucia exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she feigned misunderstanding. "Oh, well, every single day," Lucia admitted, her embarrassment palpable as her cheeks flushed deeper with each passing moment. I see, the countess responded calmly, her demeanor maintaining a sense of discretion. I needn't have worried, the countess mused quietly to herself as she grinned. So the Duke actually is the one who's completely fallen for her, the countess mused quietly to herself as she sipped her tea, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. In order to maintain an appropriate distance, what should I do? Lucia inquired earnestly. I'll discuss that with you later, Countess Corzin replied with a smile, her thoughts drifting. But I don't think I need to teach you anything else about that, but... She thought to herself. Safe travels, Madame Michelle. Lucia bid farewell to the Countess as their meeting concluded. This has been very helpful for me, she said. I'm pleased to hear that, Countess Corzin responded warmly to Lucia's gratitude. I'm sure your tea party next week will be a success as well, Countess Corzin reassured Lucia. Thank you, Lucia replied, overwhelmed by the thought of a tea party, a smile gracing her lips. Well then, until next time, she said, bidding the Countess farewell. Yes, my lady, Countess Corzin responded respectfully as she departed. Alone once more, Lucia let out a sigh. A tea party, she murmured to herself, contemplating the upcoming event. You're the lady of House Taran, but that doesn't obligate you to be at the forefront of high society, Countess Corzin's words echoed in Lucia's mind, a gentle reminder of their conversation. Frankly, success in social activities requires skill, but complete avoidance isn't an option either, the Countess had advised. Do only what you find appropriate. Host a tea party or garden party approximately twice per month, exclusively for women, Countess Corzin instructed Lucia with a reassuring smile. Lucia found the frequency reasonable. Each gathering should comprise around 10 guests, but occasionally consider expanding to accommodate up to 30, the Countess added. Upon hearing the mention of 30 guests, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. To think I must hold at least 2 parties every month as a duchess, it's quite daunting, she groaned, reclining in her bedroom as she reflected on the Countess's advice. Even during my time as a countess, social events never held much appeal for me, Lucia murmured to herself, acknowledging the adjustment required of her new role. I'll need to adapt. She resolved to seek guidance from Jerome regarding these matters later, clenching her fist in determination as she prepared herself for the challenges ahead. Pardon me, my lady, a handmaiden interjected timidly, catching Lucia's attention. By any chance could you be pregnant? The handmaiden inquired, her tone tinged with shyness. Lucia's initial shock gave way to a mixture of emotions as she processed the question. You haven't had a period in more than 2 months, the handmaiden informed Lucia, her voice tinged with concern. Perhaps you should consider getting a checkup, just in case, she suggested, her expression hopeful. No. It's nothing like that. Don't worry about it, Lucia replied dismissively. But, my lady, we should still call a doctor, the handmaiden persisted, her concern deepening. I said I'm fine, Lucia responded more sharply this time, her tone leaving no room for further discussion. I know my own body perfectly well, Lucia retorted rudely, sending a shiver of fear through the handmaiden. Yes, my lady, the handmaiden responded, her voice trembling slightly with apprehension. As the tense exchange concluded, Lucia's demeanor shifted, her facade of arrogance giving way to a palpable sense of sadness. The handmaiden observed the change in her lady's mood but wisely refrained from further words, sensing the need for silence in the midst of Lucia's evident turmoil. The next morning Duke Hugo sat at his desk, engrossed in writing. Jerome quietly approached and placed a cup of coffee nearby. Your Excellency, he said calmly, pausing the Duke's hand on the paper, the lady is planning to hold a tea party tomorrow. Duke Hugo paused, with a contented sigh. That's right. I've heard about it, he replied. This is the lady's first time hosting a party, so what do you think about sending her a congratulatory gift? Jerome suggested, his hands clasped behind him in a gesture of respect. Duke Hugo furrowed his brow in thought. A gift, he mused, resting his chin on his hand as he leaned against his desk. I suppose she would appreciate that, Jerome acknowledged, glancing at the Duke's smiling face. Duke Hugo pictured Lucia's grateful smile as she thanked him, a smirk playing on his lips. However, his satisfaction quickly turned to uncertainty. But wait a minute, he thought, furrowing his brow in confusion. What should I give her as a gift? Despite having allocated a generous budget for the occasion, he realized he'd never given Lucia a gift before, leaving him perplexed. I don't know what she likes, he admitted silently, now considering the matter more seriously. Reflecting on past experiences, he realized that his previous lovers had been content with extravagant jewels as gifts. But Lucia was different. Deep in thought, Duke Hugo pondered quietly, his brow furrowing with concern. I don't think Vivien would like them, he concluded, feeling uncertain about his gift choice for Lucia. So far, all I've ever done was buy whatever the other person wanted as a gift, but she never told me what she wanted, Duke Hugo contemplated. Jerome observed silently, a smile of appreciation crossing his face. I never imagined that His Excellency would fret over a gift for anyone like this, he thought warmly. I'm touched, Jerome acknowledged inwardly, noting the Duke's evident struggle. Their moment was interrupted by a knock on the door, causing a curious glance from Jerome. Jerome stood by the door. Yes, what is it? Jerome inquired politely as he peeped out the door. Upon seeing the guest, Jerome's expression shifted to one of surprise. Oh! You are, he remarked, taken aback. Inside the office, Duke Hugo turned his attention to Jerome's announcement. Your Excellency, Jerome addressed him promptly, Lord Philip is waiting outside. He has returned to Rome after a long absence and has come to greet you. Duke Hugo's demeanor shifted instantly at the mention of Lord Philip, his eyes darkening with anger. Jerome tensed, noticing the sudden change in his master's mood. His murderous temper, Jerome thought apprehensively. Lord Philip had faithfully served House Taran as their family doctor for generations, but he had been absent from Rome during the Duke's extended absence from the territory, his whereabouts unknown to anyone. Lord Philip abruptly announced his intention to travel and vanished without a trace. For years there was no word of his whereabouts, and his absence went largely unnoticed as it had little impact on anything. Duke Hugo, in robust health and never having suffered from illness, had never required regular checkups from a doctor, unlike most aristocrats. Therefore, the absence of Lord Philip's medical care did not raise any concerns. As a result, the need for a family doctor diminished after Duke Hugo assumed his position. Jerome had only exchanged greetings with Lord Philip a handful of times, never engaging in any meaningful conversation. Lord Philip had served as the doctor for the previous duke, and Jerome had heard rumors that he had been the physician for generations in House Taran, but otherwise he appeared unremarkable. Jerome couldn't help but find it somewhat peculiar that despite being a baron himself, Lord Philip served as a doctor to a duke. Let him in, Duke Hugo ordered tersely. And afterward, ensure nobody comes near this floor until I call you, he instructed with a stern gaze fixed on Jerome. Yes, Your Excellency, Jerome replied with a tense nod, feeling the weight of his master's command. Perhaps he's not just a simple doctor like I thought. Jerome pondered to himself as he waited for Lord Philip's arrival. As Lord Philip stepped into the Duke's office, Duke Hugo greeted him with a smirk. It's been a while, old man, he remarked casually. Yes, it's been a long time, Lord Philip responded, pausing his walk to stand at a distance from Duke Hugo. I see you've grown to be a fine man since we last saw each other. I heard you left to travel, Duke Hugo remarked with an evil smile. And I just returned, Lord Philip replied cheerfully. What a pity. You should have gone to hell while you were out wandering around, Duke Hugo retorted, his demeanor darkening. If you've said your greetings, then get out of here and don't ever come to greet me again. Don't you dare show your face in front of me from now on, Duke Hugo commanded firmly. You haven't changed at all, Lord Philip remarked, wearing a brief smile. You can't change who you are, Duke Hugo retorted swiftly. And you have always been honorable, young master, because you didn't kill this old man, Lord Philip remarked sharply, causing Duke Hugo to chuckle slightly. Don't delude yourself. I'm letting you live because of a debt, Duke Hugo stated coldly, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Lord Philip. That stupid fool said that one must honor a person who saves your life, Duke Hugo recalled, his mind drifting back to his childhood. Lord Philip bowed his head slightly, feeling a bit shaken by Duke Hugo's words. Young Master Hugo was a good and kind person, and that is why he was not fit to be the head of Taran, he remarked calmly to Duke Hugo. Right. I'm upholding this filthy title because I'm the son of a devil, Duke Hugo spat, his tone brimming with anger. Young Master Hugh, Lord Philip called, causing the Duke's gaze to be intense. Call me by that name one more time and I'll tear that mouth of yours off your face, Duke Hugo threatened, his anger palpable. Lord Philip fell silent shortly, calmly stating, he sacrificed himself for you, young master. Duke Hugo responded sharply, I never desired such a thing. In a composed manner, Philip countered, young Master Hugo desired more than anyone for you to assume the position you now hold. In any case, you both are descendants of the Taran bloodline. You possess every right to lead House Taran. Reflecting on past events, Duke Hugo remarked calmly, the tragedy in the West Tower claimed the devil's life that day, leaving me as the one who sits here now. I am Hugo, Duke Hugo. Lord Philip asserted. Duke Hugo, yes, the title is yours. When will you accept that you are the master of the house? Duke Hugo responded firmly, that will never happen. I'll hand over everything to him as soon as he's old enough. Lord Philip sighed softly, expressing concern, young Master Damien is still too young. Duke Hugo replied, that's why I'm waiting like this. I'm waiting patiently in this abominable place, he murmured absent-mindedly. Lord Philip, undeterred by the Duke's threat, asserted, it is a position stained with young Master Hugo's blood, and that is what makes it more noble. Duke Hugo remained silent before speaking up, resting his chin against his arms. I know you've always been good at using your head, old man. If you had spewed this kind of nonsense on that day too, I would have chopped off that head of yours. But all you did was fall silently at my feet, Duke Hugo said, casting a cold gaze at Lord Philip. Do you know that I have killed everyone who knew what happened on that day? Except for you, old man, he confessed. Lord Philip remained composed, replying, you left no trace behind then. Duke Hugo admitted, that's right. It disgusted me so much that I couldn't stand it. So you're the last one, you bastard. So hurry up and go to hell, Duke Hugo said angrily, his tone laced with contempt as he looked at Lord Philip. When you're finally gone, this stench will be no more, the Duke declared. Lord Philip remained calm, stating, for the sake of his one and only family, the late Duke had to make an inevitable choice. Duke Hugo slammed his fist against his desk, demanding, choice? Memories flooded his mind. If you obediently become my heir, I won't lay a finger on him, the late Duke told Hugo as he knelt innocently before his father. Long ago, the previous Duke of Taran sold one of his sons to a mercenary as a slave and raised the other as his heir. Hugo was chosen while Hugh was abandoned. However, as time passed, Hugo, the chosen heir, was deemed too good-hearted, prompting the Duke to consider abandoning him. Meanwhile, Hugh, the child sold to the mercenary, had risen to prominence, prompting the former Duke to wish to swap them. Hugh on his knees begged not for himself but for someone else's life. Hugh did everything the former Duke told him to do because of Hugo. He meekly underwent his lessons, traveling outside the lands in place of Hugo. He abandoned his rough way of speaking and transformed into the noble son of a duke. However, he had no idea that for the same reason, Hugo willingly threw away everything he had as the noble son of a duke, all for his brother. The tragedy began when Hugo first noticed that the former duke was manipulating the two brothers like puppets on strings. Soon, Hugo realized that as long as he was alive, the former Duke of Taran would forever take advantage of his existence. He understood that his brother would never be free. In the end, Hugo murdered everyone in the Duke's castle, including himself, all for his brother. That wretched old man drove a kid who couldn't even kill a bug with his own hands to slaughter all the people, including himself, Duke Hugo said angrily, banging his fist hard on the table. That old man had no excuse for what he did. It wasn't a choice. It was the vilest kind of greed, he continued. Young master, Lord Philip called out, but he was interrupted by the angry Duke, who told him to stop referring to him as such. I am the head of House Taran and I am the Duke. Why are you still stuck in the past of 10 years ago, he questioned. Lord Philip fell silent. I thought he might understand now that he's an adult, but I suppose I was wrong, Lord Philip thought to himself. Will the bloodline of Taran end like this? Has this noble bloodline reached its end? Lord Philip pondered in silence. There had never been any twins born into the Taran family. Perhaps this unusual occurrence was a warning, he thought to himself. Finally breaking the silence between them, he addressed Duke Hugo. I heard that you got married, but you won't be able to have a child with her. It couldn't have worked out any better than that, Duke Hugo told him. Lord Philip, raising his temper, asked, Does the lady know that as well? I'm warning you, don't even think of going anywhere near my wife, he ordered sternly. The Duke's command caught Lord Philip off guard, causing him to flinch. Meanwhile, in the castle, Lucia strolled through the palace garden. As she touched a rose, she heard someone calling her. As she turned to look at the caller, Lucia greeted Jerome with a smile. What is it? She inquired upon noticing him with her handmaiden. Your maid mentioned some concerns about your health, my lady, Jerome responded, puzzling Lucia. Her handmaiden stood silently behind Jerome, her gaze downcast. So she didn't listen, Lucia muttered to herself with a hint of disappointment. Addressing Jerome, she clarified, For your information, I am not pregnant and there is no issue with my health. His Excellency is aware of this as well. Her words rendered Jerome silent. With all due respect, my lady, Jerome spoke calmly, we cannot overlook any potential health issues. May I confirm with His Excellency that he is aware of this? His tone remained polite. Lucia recalled her initial conversation with the Duke. I already informed him from the start that I am unable to bear children, she thought to herself. At that time he only asked if I could prove it, but afterward he seemed indifferent. She knew that revealing her potential to conceive would likely surprise Duke Hugo more than her honesty about her inability to do so. It's true that His Excellency is aware, Lucia affirmed, her head slightly bowed. But let me clarify once more. And how can I be certain of your words, my lady? Jerome inquired calmly, his skepticism evident. As a renowned butler, he was not easily swayed. Lucia observed Jerome thoughtfully. He's not easily convinced, she mused. Well, he is a renowned butler after all. I will discuss this matter with His Excellency in your presence, Jerome. Will that suffice? Lucia proposed after a moment, exhaling softly. Yes, my lady. I apologize if I seemed doubtful, Jerome responded, a hint of relief in his voice. It's understandable. You're simply fulfilling your duty as a butler, Lucia assured him, diffusing any tension. Then, addressing her handmaiden, she added, however, you there. You didn't ask me again and went straight to Jerome. I do not wish to keep someone who monitors my every move by my side, Lucia declared. With a cold gaze she said, dismiss her as of today. Yes, my lady, Jerome responded with a bow, his demeanor respectful yet composed. He refrained from saying anything further, silently observing the handmaiden out of the corner of his eye. Her trembling silence did not escape his notice. Her decision seemed hasty to Jerome. She was probably trying to avoid any blame, he thought. But he also considered the implications of her actions. Her actions put the butler above the lady of the house, he reflected, maintaining his composure as he observed the handmaiden. Jerome found himself surprised by the turn of events. He had perceived the lady as kind and gentle, yet her abrupt dismissal showcased a coldness reminiscent of His Excellency. As he watched Lucia walk away to attend to her former hobby, Jerome couldn't help but notice the similarities between her and the Duke. They really are a match made in heaven, Jerome thought, a smile tugging at his lips in excitement. Meanwhile, people don't know the origin of House Taran. The mysteries surrounding House Taran ran deep. Few knew not the reasons behind their settlement in the desolate north or why, despite their significant power, they lived quietly as subjects of the king. The true goal of House Taran remained a closely guarded secret known only to those who inherited the lineage and a select few individuals. Above all else, it was the preservation of the Taran bloodline that drove the house forward across generations. In pursuit of their goal, the Tarans carefully selected the safest haven, a land devoid of allure for greed and inhospitable to ordinary folk. The desolate north became their sanctuary, tailored to the needs of the Tarans alone. Presently only the Duke and Lord Philip remained privy to this truth. All others who once held this knowledge had perished, every last one of them. Had Lord Philip not eluded the Duke's attention and rescued his brother, Duke Hugo might have disposed of him long ago, especially if it were Lord Philip who owed him his life instead of his brother Hugo. Lord Philip attempted to warn the Duke of the impending threat regarding the need for a bride for young Master Damien to preserve the Taran bloodline, but he was abruptly silenced by Duke Hugo. "I told you to shut up," Duke Hugo interjected sharply. "Don't utter another word of that filthy nonsense." "Even savages wouldn't sleep with their own sisters," Duke Hugo declared, rising from his seat in agitation. "You cannot judge this by common ethics." Lord Philip stood firm, issuing a warning to Duke Hugo. "The preservation of the Taran bloodline is paramount," he asserted. "The noble lineage must go on," he declared firmly. "Enough of your gibberish, get out." Duke Hugo erupted angrily, his patience exhausted. He held his head, unable to entertain any further words from Lord Philip. "I won't offer any more warnings," Duke Hugo warned Lord Philip sternly. "If I ever lay eyes on you again, debt or no debt, I'll kill you on the spot. So go and shut yourself away somewhere and live quietly." Lord Philip fell silent, bowing before taking his leave, leaving the Duke alone in his office. Duke Hugo massaged his temples, feeling a slight headache coming on as he clenched his fist. "The Taran bloodline? Noble blood?" he muttered to himself with resolve. "That abominable tradition ends with me." Duke Hugo asked Jerome about the lady doctor from the capital he had arranged for his wife. Jerome inquired if he should summon her, but Duke Hugo declined, expressing his adamant refusal for Dr. Philip to come near his wife. Jerome acknowledged his command. Reflecting on the situation, Duke Hugo fell silent, his disdain for Dr. Philip evident in his thoughts. Aware that Dr. Philip posed no immediate threat to Lucia, Duke Hugo's aversion to the idea of his presence near her lingered. If Dr. Philip dared to say anything that might upset Lucia, Duke Hugo was certain he would attempt to persuade her about continuing the Taran bloodline. He even pondered the possibility of Philip advocating for the introduction of a concubine into their household. Duke Hugo questioned whether Lucia would entertain such absurd notions, but he was determined to shield her from any unnecessary distress. The thought of seeing sadness in her amber eyes troubled him deeply. "Should I send someone to secretly monitor him?" Jerome asked Duke Hugo, noting his apparent concern. "Let him be as long as he doesn't enter Rome," Duke Hugo replied, still engrossed in his writing. Jerome then inquired about informing the lady, his expression tense. After a brief silence, Duke Hugo instructed him, "No, ensure they don't cross paths without raising suspicion. Prevent her from growing wary," he directed Jerome. Duke Hugo acknowledged the common tendency for curiosity to arise when forbidden from something. With resolve, he committed to ensuring that Lucia remained unaware of Dr. Philip's existence. Jerome, bowing respectfully, pledged his compliance. Duke Hugo's focus was momentarily disrupted when Jerome brought up the lady's inquiry about the locked West Tower, surprising the Duke. "And?" Duke Hugo prompted. Jerome, appearing tense, admitted to telling her what he knew to be true. "The former Duke and Duchess passed away, and your twin brother was the one who—" Jerome began, then quickly apologized for divulging information about the West Tower to the lady. "It was imprudent of me," he said. "No need for apologies. She would have learned eventually," Duke Hugo replied, his gaze fixed downward, not meeting Jerome's gaze. He asked about Lucia's reaction to the news. She appeared surprised, but her concern was primarily for you, Your Excellency, Jerome responded, causing Duke Hugo to flinch involuntarily and remain speechless. I'm going to go horseback riding for a while. Don't prepare dinner for me, I might be back late, Duke Hugo announced before leaving his chair. Jerome acknowledged his instructions with a bow as the Duke exited the office. However, Jerome realized he had forgotten to inform Duke Hugo about the gift for Lucia. As the day of her first tea party approached, Lucia found herself caught up in the preparations. Nervousness gripped Lucia as she surveyed the atmosphere filled with high-class women. She noticed their approving remarks about her. "She's so elegant," one woman commented. Overhearing whispers, Lucia caught one lady remarking to her neighbor about the pleasant atmosphere, contrasting it with the uptight social gatherings in the capital. Sipping her coffee, Lucia observed the positive comments directed her way. "It must be because I'm the Duchess of Taran," she reasoned to herself. Lucia reminisced about her time as the wife of Count Metten, noting his enthusiastic engagement in high society events. Despite his urging for her to participate more actively, she never hosted a party herself. Lucia understood that hosting one would commit her to regular events. However, despite Count Metten's nagging, he was reluctant to provide financial support, being a miser who detested spending large amounts of money. Worry tinged Lucia's thoughts as she sipped her coffee, but she found herself reassured by the pleasant atmosphere. Interrupting her contemplation, Jerome entered the hall with an apology for intruding on the festivities. He announced a gift from the master to celebrate Lucia's first social gathering and inquired if he should bring it in. Lucia was taken aback, momentarily speechless. The high-class women in attendance soon erupted in excited giggles. "He sent her a gift?" one woman murmured, prompting an exclamation from another, who blushed. Stewards entered the room carrying bunches of roses, eliciting gasps of surprise. "Goodness," one lady remarked in awe. "So many flowers," another chimed in cheerfully. The stewards quietly arranged the flowers as the women admired the decorations. "My word, they're so beautiful," they exclaimed collectively. "I didn't know His Excellency was romantic," one woman said. Lucia, feeling her cheeks flushed, couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight, touched by the gesture. Lucia observed the flowers, her cheeks blushing softly. "To think he sent me a gift like this," she thought to herself, her cheeks reddening further. "Did His Excellency say anything in particular when he sent these?" she asked Jerome, perplexing him immediately. "He said that he hoped his gift was appropriate for today's theme," Jerome replied, smiling. Lucia was shocked but managed to hide her surprise. "I see. I'll make sure to thank him personally," she said, wearing a faint smile. As the tea party came to an end, Lucia escorted her guests out as they took their leave. "This has been a truly delightful tea party," one lady praised Lucia. "Please invite us again anytime," another lady chimed in, clearly delighted. Lucia stood at the door, watching their guests leave. "You did well, my lady," Jerome said, beaming a smile. As they observed the departing guests, he added, "All of the ladies looked very cheerful as they went home. It seems like they all enjoyed the tea party." "Thank you for your hard work too, Jerome," Lucia replied graciously. "By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you, Jerome," Lucia said, startling Jerome slightly, causing him to shiver. It's been a while, he thought, bracing himself. "Of course, my lady, what is your question?" Jerome asked Lucia, smiling nervously. "The flowers. He didn't order them, right?" Lucia asked, fixing her gaze on him. "Pardon?" Jerome asked, almost screaming as the tingling sensation increased. He sweated a bit but remained silent, his mouth open in awe, which made Lucia chuckle as she observed his facial expression. "At first I really thought he had sent them. If you hadn't said that last part I would have fallen for it," Lucia said jovially. "He hoped his gift was appropriate for today's theme?" "He's not that considerate of a person," she added, laughing at Jerome, whose tension visibly increased, causing more sweat to bead on him. "How can you know him less than I do?" Lucia continued, taunting Jerome. My lady, Jerome stuttered nervously. Well, that is, he continued, sweating even more. It's all right. Thank you for the gift, Jerome, Lucia interjected, graciously thanking him. My lady. That's not true, Jerome immediately protested, defending himself. Master really did intend to send a gift, and he thought a lot about what to send. So, I chose flowers, Jerome said innocently, his tension visibly reducing. Really? Lucia asked, her facial expression changing almost immediately. Yes, that much is true, Jerome replied, a little anxious. Please believe me, my lady, he begged Lucia. Lucia said coyly, considering Jerome with a hint of skepticism. Jerome sweated nervously as tiny beads of tears dropped softly from his eyes, his expression betraying his fear. All right, Lucia said, her tone semi-harsh, showing her disgust at Jerome's constant persuasion. My lady, it's really true, Jerome said, trying to convince the lady. I said all right, she repeated, firm in her decision. I'll thank His Excellency for this. You may go now, Jerome. I'll stay here for a bit longer, she instructed him, her back turned as she observed the flowers. The flowers smell so nice, she said. Meanwhile, in the palace, Duke Hugo wrapped up his meeting with his cabinet. That will be all for today, he announced as murmurs passed between the members in the meeting room. The meeting didn't end up going past dinner time, but it's a bit early to be eating right now, Duke Hugo remarked, glancing at the time. The lady is currently at the terrace, Jerome said happily upon seeing the Duke. The terrace? Oh. She was going to hold a tea party, right? Duke Hugo thought, trying to recall the planned event. Her gift. I completely forgot because of that old man, Duke Hugo quickly realized, filled with despair. Is the tea party still going on? He asked furiously. The day's not over yet, perhaps I can just give her something by the end of the day, Duke Hugo thought, feeling tense. No, Your Excellency, the party ended quite some time ago, but the lady is just spending some time there, and since you gave no word on what to send her, I decided to send some flowers to decorate the terrace, Jerome explained calmly. You did good, Duke Hugo commended Jerome, his trust in him evident. He always knows what to do, Duke Hugo thought to himself. You said she's at the terrace? He asked Jerome, turning slightly as he prepared to leave the room. He walked calmly to the terrace to meet Lucia, finding her sitting peacefully. It's so quiet, as if time has stopped in this place alone, Duke Hugo thought as he approached the door. Leaning his head against it, he watched Lucia. I wonder what she's thinking about, he mused, noticing Lucia with her head resting against her arm and her eyes closed shut. Sometimes when I look at her I feel a lump in my throat, he admitted quietly to himself, still observing Lucia with a mix of admiration and emotion. It's an odd feeling. It's not pleasant but not unpleasant either, Duke Hugo thought to himself, his chest tightening as he couldn't help but feel something strong while watching her. Lucia felt his presence, looking up and catching her admirer against the door. She smiled, lighting up the room with her warm expression. Duke Hugo was taken aback by her smile, feeling captivated by its beauty. Thank you for joining us on this incredible adventure. If you enjoyed what you watched, please consider liking, subscribing, and ringing that notification bell. Your comments mean the world to us and help us improve. The next episode promises even more excitement and unexpected twists, so stay tuned as we embark on this thrilling journey together. Keep the anticipation alive, and we'll catch you in the next episode.